Hello and welcome to another stream of Call of Cthulhu, doing a playthrough where at certain points I'll be putting up a Twitch poll in chat for viewers to vote on what choices to make. Not in all dialogue choice trees will I have a poll going, but there are specific points where you have the option whether to speak in the Arulian language or not. And so when those points come up, they will be the ones that will be up for voting in terms of decisions in dialogue. Choices like whether to read a occult book or not, there will be poll choices. Certain ways of dealing with characters will be voted on as well. That kind of stuff. But in other instances, it's just my own decisions and stuff. So we're up to chapter 7. Just to recap, because at the end of last stream, this is where I ended, and I read this chapter and saw the cutscene, but for the purposes of recapping, at the start of this stream, I'm going to reread this and then watch the cutscene again without talking over it. Chapter 7, The Nameless Bookstore. The Shambler turned out to be much more than an artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins, as a huge creature came out of the painting to attack Pierce. After a hard fight, the detective managed to send it back into the painting. He later discovered that the dagger he used to repel the creature had been sold to Sanders by a man named Algernon Drake, owner of the Nameless Bookstore. Pierce decides to pay the library a visit.
Where is the bookseller? Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams. It's the work that laid the foundations of psychoanalysis at the beginning of this century.
Hello, Shin. Not very often do I read anymore. It's a very, once in a while thing now. This practical work, written by Sigmund Freud for psychologists, describes the techniques of analytical interpretation of dreams. The analysis must follow several rules, especially that of free association, a principle announced by Freud at the end of the 19th century. It treats dreams as a way of revealing buried desires. I cannot believe that this theory is applicable to my nightmares.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
The pastor declared himself to be the prophet. He renounced God and worshipped a strange pagan entity with a monstrous appearance. His wife tried to reason with her husband, but in vain. He was convinced that he must listen to this voice in his head because it holds the truth. Shin, friendly advice: do not read H.P. Lovecraft. The only thing you'll get from his novels is a migraine the size of Australia. I think I might have tried to read something from his once, but didn't end up actually reading it in full. It definitely does sound a bit wordy, but I have read the Silmarillion a couple of times, and that book can be a bit wordy too. So, but yeah, as of yet, I haven't actually read a whole story of his. I've only played certain things like this that are inspired and based on his work, and movies like In the Mouth of Madness, for example. Levy, thank you so very much for the 41 months in a row. That's very generous of you. Thank you so much. 41 months. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How's things been going? Levy, have you called Cthulhu yet? Finglui. Miglanaf, Cthulhu, Rye. Really, eh? Waganago Fatagan. Yeah, some of those words are difficult. Imagine saying that 5 times fast. What a tongue twister. Shin, the MMORPG Secret Worlds Legends is based on H.P. Lovecraft. Never played that, although I'm not really one for MMORPGs. But I've had a look at some point-and-click Call of Cthulhu games that came out by Infogrames, and they look pretty cheesy. But I've been thinking of actually playing some other games based on his works specifically. You're going pretty good, Levy. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that things are going well. As for me, I'm doing good. It's Friday. It's awesome to get to Friday. Love it. And then on the weekend, more Red Dead 2. So it's going really, really good. A Puritan colony led by Reverend John Wickwood settled on the island during the 17th century. They named the island Darkwater because of the dark shades of the sea. They believed it was because of the peculiar color of the rocks surrounding the island. They erected the first buildings, among which were the Hawkins Manor, the church, and the cemetery. The rare documents and handwritten notes they left spoke of nightmares and deviant behaviors. They disappeared at the beginning of the 18th century. And no one knows where Barry is. Even a few years back, it was possible for a single practitioner to know all the medical knowledge of his time. This book, which concludes the series, shows that this is now virtually impossible. About 10 renowned doctors took part in putting together this collection. Levy, you agree, work has been so meh, and you can't for the life of you find a new job because the job market is so crap at the moment. There isn't much out there, and if there is something, there are like 3 billion applicants. So you're going to suck it up and pray that they renew your contract, and wait for a better time to switch. Yeah, that's the thing sometimes too. You get stuck in between and you think to yourself, should I do this or should I do that? And sometimes it seems like you're not going to get anywhere because you're sort of in the same job and, going through the motions, so to speak, of that job. And hopefully you can find something, and hopefully in the meantime your current work will not be so, so meh. Hopefully things improve, at least until you find something better. Shin, the survival game Lust from Beyond is based on not only H.P. Lovecraft but also H.R. Giger and Zedislaw Beksinski. Survival game Lust from Beyond. A Victorian mansion, a cult worshipping an otherworldly erotic deity. Among all that, you. Well, if H.R. Giger is involved, it's no wonder why it has eroticism in it. To use a very kind of like generalized, not too intense, detailed word for it. Levy? Sounds kinky. Yeah. Lust from Beyond. Yeah, it's interesting. Steam has it as part of the pornographic genre. Came out for the PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, Microsoft Windows, and Xbox One on the 11th of March 2021. 2021. I was still in my 30s then.
The Book of Zion is the foundational work behind Helena Blavatsky's Theosophical movement. Its followers place truth on the same footing as a religion.
These Tibetan writings are at the origin of the esoteric movement founded by Helena Blavatsky at the end of the 19th century. The creator of Theosophy would have drawn extensively on the texts of this work, but no one has ever been able to consult them. I thought they didn't exist. This book, discovered in the nameless bookstore on Darkwater, could be as much a fake as irrefutable proof of Blavatsky's sincerity. Shin, HR Giga designed the microphone stand for Korn frontman Jonathan Davis and the Xenomorph design. That is so true, Shin. Yeah, I'm a fan of Korn, and I remember finding out that he got a commission to do that for Jonathan. Batman, something is wrong. The Batmobile engine won't start. Robin, have you checked the battery? What is a Terry? Classic one. Thanks for redeeming that, Casper. Hope it's going well. Alright, here we go. We have a choice that I'm going to create a poll for. Do we read the book or not read the book? Let's set the poll up. Going to put a couple of minutes on this one, just in case anyone who pops in while the poll's going has a little bit of extra time to vote. So the choice is read the book or not read the book. Ghostface, welcome on in. It's going really good, thank you. I'm having a good day. How's things for you? Casper, do you think you'll be able to finish this today so you can watch the streams again? I think so, Casper. Yeah, I think so. I've already chosen what the next game will be, but one of the reasons why I started as late as I did today is because I wanted to make sure that that next game starts on Monday. So I'll have Monday and Tuesday next week. When Lucinda played Resident Evil 7, it made me feel like in the mood to play that. So that's the next game I'll be doing after I finish this. Will be Resident Evil 7. Nothing special though. I'll probably just play it on assisted mode so I can finish the game in, a short amount of time. But that'll be the next game, Resident Evil 7. Ghostface, good. Your cats are destroying all your belongings while you sit in your room hiding from their terror. Oh no, Ghostface. Damn. That's no good. It's like, come on, cats. Cut Ghostface some slack. Come on. Okay, voting is almost finished. There we go. So the winning vote goes to read the book. 3 votes to 1.
What does this strange book contain? This book contains unholy knowledge.
I've always loved that quick transition. What does this book contain? This book contains unholy knowledge. This collection catalogues and classifies creatures that I had never heard of, divinities from the stars, creatures capable of traveling from one dimension to another. It presents itself as the reference work on the bestiary of the myth. Without giving details on the mythology to which it refers, its pages are covered with phantasmagorical illustrations.
Why is Hawaiian pizza Batman's favorite? Because it got him. That was a funny one. Thank you for redeeming me to say it, Casper.
Got him. This will affect your destiny. So anyway, as precise and illustrated with as much detail as the first volume, this book focuses on healing surgeries specific to malformations and motor disorders. It's hard to see it because of the way that they've got the text, but if they ever do a remaster of this game, I would love it if they made this text readable more clearly. because it does actually give a little bit of information about certain things related to the story and characters as well.
Damn it. What happened here?
Alright, before we interact with that, let's have a look at some stuff. Got 2 character points. Put that into spot hidden. Okay, there's something else that we witnessed. There's 2 things. Okay. Alright. Meet the Shambler. It is in Francis Sanders' private gallery that Pierce discovers the identity of the Shambler, a huge artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins. When Pierce approached it, a creature burst forth from the painting and immediately chased after him. This beast from another dimension has such a hold on the mind of a person who finds himself in its presence that a simple glance in its direction is enough for Pierce to lose some sanity. Pierce finally managed to send the Shambler back into the painting, using a dagger engraved with a strange symbol. But this encounter has left its mark on the psyche of the investigator. Still under the influence of the creature, he almost stabbed his own hand. So now his sanity is shaken. The ordeals you have gone through have left their mark, but you still manage the best you can. You keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. You still have some way to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity? Ghostface, you have this Chihuahua also, and a lot of time he teams up with your cats to tip the garbage, get food off the counter, and the cats can now even open the cupboards. And when you leave the fridge open accidentally and they go in there, oh no, Ghostface. Yeah, that's the thing. They can be very, very smart animals and can learn behaviors and how to do things like that as well. I used to have, I didn't own the dog, but a childhood pet, and they managed to use their nose to dig away a little bit of the fence or underneath the fence in a little corner, and were able to get out sometimes. They can be very, very tricky. That's okay, Casper, for the lurk. Definitely understandable. Thanks for leaving the lurk. Malleus Bestiarum. Pierce read an ancient treatise, the Malleus Bestiarum. This bestiary makes an inventory of numerous creatures from the occult world or parallel dimensions. The very nature of its knowledge makes it an unholy book. By reading it, Pierce lost some of his sanity. Dimensional Shambler comes from a dark and inhospitable dimension where the rarity of food sources keeps it in a state of permanent starvation. This is why it is in constant state of readiness to travel to other dimensions in order to feed on its inhabitants. Make sure you never weaken the veils of your dimension, otherwise you risk attracting this very dangerous creature. Should this happen, you just have to lay eyes upon it for its being to anchor itself in your dimension and allow it to rip you open with its claws. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Malleus Bestiarum. Men will gather the knowledge through their lines dictated to me by the great old ones, but also in other volumes. The visions that assail me whisper me names and silhouettes of mystical creatures. Soon the Malleus Monstrorum, repository of all anatomical, cosmic, and dimensional knowledge, will be seen as the authoritative work. This book, unholy among the most cursed books, will one day be the final rampart between man and the predators that are waiting to devour him, hidden behind the veils of parallel dimensions. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G. Ghostface, did you play the Soulsborne games before? Never have. No, I haven't played any of those. There's so many games in that series that I don't know if I'd be able to get to them all. But we'll see. But I wouldn't mind playing from the beginning. I don't know how easy it is to track down the original Demon Souls, but I was sort of thinking about starting with the very first game of From Software's, kind where they did that. Oh, Levy, this game is good. I really do like it. Um, it's got a really good atmosphere, and I really like the setting as well. Um, I am definitely a fan of horror stories that take place in the past because I feel it gives it a bit of a freshness in a way. Because obviously, when things get so modernized that you're used to seeing modernized horror stuff, it's good to actually experience something that takes place in a time where technology wasn't as advanced as well. But it's got a great story, and I really like the main character as well. The investigation side of things is cool. The only downside I would say, and it doesn't really bring the game down or make me not like it or anything like that, is the animation for the characters can definitely be very, very mid quality. So I would have liked to see what they could have done with more money to put into the animations, because they do feel sometimes a bit like you're watching mannequins talk and move. But that's probably the only negative thing I could say about the game, to be honest. Yeah, Ghostface. Yeah, so there's a remake on the PS5. It's kind of difficult because sometimes I would like to play the original version of a remake first before the remake. But yeah, we'll just have to see. Painting of the Shambler. The painting was exposed in Francis Sanders' gallery, but I think that the creature no longer requires it for movement. It went to hunt down Sanders in the cellars of the Riverside Institute. I do not know where it comes from, but one thing is sure, it's starving. Did I succeed in sending it back to its world? I'm not sure. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective. Dagger of the Ancients. This exceptional dagger of Ottoman origin probably dates from the 16th century. It bears the Elder sign on its hilt. It, apparently, belonged to Pargali Ibrahim Pasha, Grand Vizier at the court of Suleiman the Magnificent. Legend tells that Pargali used the symbol on the dagger to protect the court from a creature that haunted the mirrors of the palace. What is certain is that Suleiman had his vizier executed. Did he fear him after this demonstration of power? Extract from Art and Mysticism, Francis Sanders' Forgotten Objects. Hey there, Stan. If you have social anxiety, you can always play Text of Cthulhu. Yeah, that's true. It's like text me, Cthulhu. Don't call me. Jeez. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome on in. How's things going for you? Oh, that's excellent, Brutus. I'm glad to hear that you're going great. That's awesome. I'm doing well myself, Brutus. Things are going good. Having a good Friday.
Let's start over. Where did they break in from? Blood. Seems like amateur work.
Yeah, amateur. Levy, you're currently doing the monthly quality analysis, and as always, it's it's like wake me up when it's all done kind of thing. It definitely sounds tedious as well. I mean, obviously there's tedious that is good, but then there's also tedious which is bad, where it's like it drags on for longer than it should.
No sign of struggle. If the burglar smashed this jar, it wasn't intentionally. Was he hurt then? What killed all these animals?
Maybe a vampire killed these rats by eating the blood of them.
What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene?
Levy wanted to make it easier, so you developed RCAs and other stuff, but the data team didn't quite finish it, so they made it harder because you now have to consult two separate data sets. Oh, great. It's it's so annoying when things are set up specifically to be one way, but then it doesn't get fulfilled, and then it creates a situation where you have so many other things to keep track of. That really sucks, Levy. Like, holy shit. Just what you don't need in a job like that.
What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work?
Ghostface, if you wanted to play the OG, you do not. You would have to find a copy on PS3. You have a problem, you want to play the games, but should you play a remake before the others if the OG of a remake came before? You think this is a question someone who hasn't played can answer, you just need another perspective. That's understandable, Ghostface. Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes remakes don't really change anything about the story, they just have better graphics and they've done a lot of stuff from the ground up, like they've made all the things easier to read if there was sort of like any graphical blemishes and, you know, changing gameplay mechanics and all that kind of stuff, but not necessarily changing the story and things. So, yeah, I'm not sure what changes they might have done for the remake with Demon Souls. So maybe it is a situation where you could play the remake first before the original, or not even play the original at all. But yeah, it's tricky because there's some games where I'm like, I'd rather play the original version.
What the... Charles Hawkins? What's happening to Hawkins? What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess? Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe. Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case.
The Nameless Bookstore. I left the Sanders house still shaken by my encounter with the Shambler. Thanks to Kat's indications, I ended up at the Nameless Bookstore, a haunt for devotees of esotericism. The place seems to have been burglarized. Who could have done such a thing? Charles Hawkins tried to burglarize Algernon Drake's bookstore, but how is it possible given that he is supposed to be dead? There's a lot more behind this story than a mere conjugal drama. What did Sarah Hawkins and Algernon Drake try to hide in the latter's safe? So Algernon Drake, the owner of the bookstore, also knew Sarah Hawkins. Their relationship went far beyond that of a seller and a faithful client. She helped him to protect an object. They hid it in the back room safe, and Sarah Hawkins painted the strange symbol on the door. Charles Hawkins must have wanted to steal it. I must open this safe and find out what's hidden inside. How can I find the combination? Sanity! The burglary. The Nameless Bookstore's burglar came through the door. A bit further, some knocked-over objects allowed the trail to be followed into the back room. There, the mess next to the safe confirms the person's aim. However, there is no material evidence to support my hunch as to the identity of the burglar. Charles Hawkins did indeed appear to me, as well as the star symbol on the door of the safe. I cannot determine if the presence of Sarah Hawkins in my projections is the result of the unconscious work of my mind, or whether it proves that the case obsesses me. Levy, these damn esoterics, so esoterical of them. I mean, it always has me in esoterics when I hear the esoterical nature of the esotericism that the esoterics actually esotericalize. Ghostface, you heard the remake just has better graphics and quality of life changes, so you may play Demon's Souls first, and you don't know if you want to play the first or second Dark Souls, as you heard they are showing significant sides of age. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's a bit of a double-edged sword when you go and play the original version of something, because if you didn't play that game or games like it with similar control styles back in the day, when you go back to games like that, it can be a bit difficult. If you have played games of that era, then it's not so bad going back, but there might be still some things that you get used to in newer games that are quality of life changes in general as well. And then sometimes you can put up with that and still play through the original version of something or an older game, but sometimes the game itself is just beyond the point at which you can comfortably play through it, and it becomes like a chore, which I think games shouldn't feel like a chore when you're actually doing things.
What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
This key that bears the Elder Sign is the only one able to protect your psyche. It is in the form of a cylindrical medallion hanging at the end of a heavy chain. Hundreds of years ago, the star and the branch whose purpose is to push back the forces of the great old ones were engraved at its center. Everything points to it being Charles Hawkins that tore it from its last owner, an Egyptian antique dealer. In press cuttings that mention the misdemeanor, the date of the robbery coincides with the last of Hawkins's trips to Cairo. It remains to be seen whether he knows of the true purpose of the artifact. Try to find it.
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills?
I found these sleeping pills in the bookshop. Does the bookseller suffer from insomnia? I don't know, Pierce. I might have to sleep on that answer and get back to you. Levy, sadly, you must delve into the nightmare world of corporate meetings. Talk to you soon. Thank you, Levy, so much for popping in and for chatting for a bit. Thank you again for the support, and not just, the subscribing, but also just being here and, chatting and the good fun times and funny conversations and all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much for that. And I hope that your meetings go well and that they don't drag on as well, because that's the other thing about meetings. The ones that drag on and on and on are just the worst. But definitely talk to you again soon. You have a good one, Levy. Hope that the rest of your workday goes well. The least that can be said about this book is that its title is well conceived. The illustrations of human anatomy and dissection methods presented are illustrated in great detail. You have to have a strong heart or the detachment proper to doctors to consult its pages.
What a strange amulet. I have a feeling I'd better not touch it.
A strange amulet. The pendant is in the shape of a large dog. I don't know what it represents. I might find out more by searching the bookstore. The Hound. Do not make the mistake of taking this jewel for an inanimate object. The soul of a powerful sorcerer, devourer of bodies of the Leng cult, a sect from Central Asia, lies in this jade amulet. His very characteristic form, a massive hunting dog, represents the transformation of the sorcerer into a man-eating ghoul. Whoever unearths the amulet and wears it around his neck is at risk of the sorcerer's wrath. The latter will return in the shape of a formidable hunter to track and dismember all defilers. Extract taken from the Malleus Bestiarum by Abigail G.
Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
A page seems to be hidden here. It is possible to read. If somebody finds these memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in this plane of reality, in order that they be recovered and burned. The funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. The following message is of capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine can hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek world. Each cylinder is numbered, even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason usually prevails in the end. If, by chance, a person, or should I say a genius, were to match my intellect and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content into the safekeeping of my friend and colleague, Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. The content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous for it to fall into the wrong hands. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents, and that you will be able to act accordingly. In any event, I will neither be there to guide you, nor to suffer from your actions.
Arkham editions? Never heard of him.
A collection of poems by Edward Pickman Darby, also known as the Nightmare Lyrics. This collection of poems was sensationally received when first published in 1908. Darby was only 18 years old. This volume is part of the Arkham Anthology, a luxurious collection of treatises and works on esotericism and the supernatural.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
A book of esoteric philosophy and a key text in Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Movement, written by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
A book of spells supposedly written by the legendary King Solomon. It contains various rituals of invocation and rituals of curse. Re-edition by Claudia D. Waits, based on L. W. de Lawrence's original.
Arkham Editions? Never heard of him.
Opera in 8 acts by Benvenuto Sciatti Blodigera, an infamous lyrical work published in Italy in 1768. It is said that the opera was performed only once, resulting in an audience riot that left several dead and missing.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
A collection of long-term astrological predictions written in verse, written by Nostradamus, translated by E. Leone and Theophilus Widebridge.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
Written by Hermes Trismegistus, translated and edited by Nathaniel M. Coppelius. This collection of texts on different beliefs was written by a legendary philosopher. It includes a translation of the Emerald Tablet, a popular text among 16th century alchemists.
Arkham Editions? Never heard of him.
An ancient Frisian manuscript translated by William R. Sandbach. The text claims that, in the distant past, Europe and other continents were controlled by the mothers of this people and, moreover, that our alphabet is derived from the Frisian language.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
A collection of essays on American folklore and urban legends written by Albert Wilmarth, professor at Miskatonic University. Hey, Shaky. How's things today? Welcome on in. Hope it's going well.
Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
In the 19th century, as the American whaling industry reached its peak in the rest of the world, whales gradually disappeared from the waters surrounding Darkwater. This phenomenon appears even more mysterious because, up till then, the region was a favored refuge for cetaceans. In 1847, after months of pursuit, Scylla returns to port with a gigantic creature on board. Its crew asserts that the sea monster had eaten all the disappeared whales. After a night of ferocious combat, the survivors managed to drag the beast onto the whaling ship. Shaky, good morning, Rod. Just recovering from a 11-mile walk yesterday. How is the game treating you? Holy shit, Shaky, that is definitely a long distance to walk. I definitely understand, having to recover from that. I hope you're feeling well. As for the game, it's going good. We're in chapter 7, and I've played this a few times. This is my 6th playthrough, I think. And I've gotten all the endings before, but I decided this time around to make it a playthrough where, at certain points when there's certain choices, I do a Twitch poll and let chat decide what to choose.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets. I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny. Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
Yeah, Shaky. There's some dialogue choices where I will do that too. There's actually different language in this game. That's part of H.P. Lovecraft's works. And when those choices pop up, and I can actually answer them because sometimes you can't, when those choices pop up in dialogue, I'll also put up a poll to let chat decide whether we choose that dialogue option or not.
The Chalice of Knowledge.
This goblet seems to be very ancient. It seems to be made of gold and decorated with real precious stones. Do the rubies and sapphires make up a specific motif?
The Queen has little protection.
Chapter 8, Riverside Institute. In the nameless bookstore, Pierce traced the trail of an attempted burglary. He discovered that Charles Hawkins was behind the attempt. Pierce opened the bookseller's safe to find what the latter and Sarah Hawkins had hidden there. A book covered in human skin lied inside, irresistibly attracted the detective. When he opened it, his mind was projected into another body.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr. Fuller? It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
Did you inject him with a tranquilizer?
No, Doctor. Not me, not anyone. Our stock is empty, yet again.
Again? But there was enough for the whole island.
More and more people are suffering from insomnia. We can't refuse to help.
Of course.
Any idea what this man might be undergoing?
Very well. I'll examine him. 30-year-old subject. Severe hypothermia. Erythematous papules around the eyes and eardrums. Necrosed palpebral tissue. Lord, this smell. His skin shows abnormal loss of color and seems dried out. He's totally dehydrated. His fingertips and toes seem to feature a slight ring under the skin, tender at the touch, slightly sticky.
Shaky, you were thinking, if there is a Rod Legion, can you be the Rod Steward? Rod Steward. Nice. Makes you think of the singer.
Severe malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia. Doesn't seem like an edema. Slight protuberances seem to indicate the presence of a foreign body.
So, Doctor, an opinion?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to treat this man.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
Shaky, thank you. You're impressed by that joke for 4 a.m. before coffee. No worries, Shaky. That was a good one.
Did you examine his abdomen? It would seem there's something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema? Pushing with your finger won't leave a trace. And look at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Whatever it is, this man has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
Dr. Fuller said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth. In spite of the muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
And yet, if there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than that of a newborn baby. What about his cranium?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Look at these sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
I'm sure you'll find an explanation. You have to.
I see signs of hypodermoclysis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion. But that doesn't explain his condition.
Shaky, assuming you play Deus Ex Human Revolution again at some point, would you consider doing pistol only, total stealth as well? That was your favorite way to play, even though you know non-lethal nets the best XP, pistol and takedowns, you should say. Yeah, so I definitely will be playing that game in the future again. It's such a great game. I absolutely love Human Revolution. And I've done a stealth challenge with that game before, but I've never restricted myself to only using pistols as a weapon. Doing a restriction like that might be interesting, actually, because obviously you can get a silencer for weapons. So once I got a silencer, I could put it on the pistol and stuff. But I mean, it's something to consider anyway, is like a challenge, like a pistol only sort of thing, and make it a stealth challenge as well, where you can't be detected.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are not those usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
No. This poor man is from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations, and this transformation is killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients, provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
There. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
Shaky, the pistol is so good for headshots with the laser and the silencer. It's a headshot machine. You remember loving it, but running out of ammo before the end of the before the end. So ammo management is important. That's true, and I mean that'd be an interesting challenge as well to make part of it headshot only when you are shooting an enemy. Never felt comfortable with other weapons. You would just hide around a corner, line up the laser to head, and good night. I mean, it's a good way to play it, for sure. I tend to keep the pistol only for giving to Van Bruggen to make sure that I can get the money from him later in the game, because that's the only weapon that I am usually willing to give up. But, I mean, if I was doing a challenge playthrough where I had to use pistol only, then I could give him the pistol and still achieve that, and then just, buy another pistol or find another pistol somewhere else before using it again. Dr. Fuller looks like Rob Halford from Judas Priest. Oh, really? The actor who plays him, if you remember Raiders of the Lost Ark, I don't know if you've seen that movie or not, but one of the Nazi officers was played by Wolf Kahler, was his name, and he actually plays this doctor as well. I thought that was quite cool, because I hadn't seen him in much stuff, and I wasn't sure by his voice who he was, but once I saw his IMDb, I was like, oh, cool. That's the dude that was in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
His limbs? His body temperature? I don't know what experiments you've undertaken, but this is going too far.
Oh, I sense some excitement beneath your indignation. Could it be you wish to join me in my scientific endeavors?
You are a brilliant physician, Dr. Fuller, but this man has the attributes of some kind of animal.
Fascinating. An animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps?
This amuses you.
Your reaction does. I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man, and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my discovery. These people owe me their life, but the world isn't ready yet. It will be, in time.
I will not let you do this.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and try not to forget who you're dealing with.
Was that a threat? What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to protest, I will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Oh, Shaky, thanks for sending that through in a whisper. Ah, yes. He definitely does look like him. You're right. Good call. Hey there, Code. Nice serial killer glasses. Wonder if the Four Killers shop is still open. Could be. Yeah, he looks very suspicious, Dr. Fuller. He might be Fuller something.
I disapprove of Fuller's methods, but his treatments have saved more lives than I can count.
And Mr. Blake? You said yourself he was dying.
I don't know what to think for now. What I'm sure of is that Fuller is hiding something from us, and I need to know what that is before I take a chance exposing him.
And where would you find those? In his office? What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting on your discretion.
Of course, Doctor. You can count on me. I'll keep Mum.
Hay fever? What's he doing here?
Doctor, please. My chest. Oh.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological solution doesn't seem to work. He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation. Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is too high. Replace it with 2% glucose solution with insulin, calcium, and sodium bicarbonate.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
Yeah, Shaky, it definitely is uncanny, the similarity. Looks like maybe that's who they based it on. You never know sometimes.
He broke his back in an accident down by the docks.
Ah, the whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
The one that hides the smuggling business.
Oh no, not them. They don't go on that side of the island. Everyone in his place. The captain on one side, Cat on the other, and me. Well, I've been to the whaling station, I have.
What did you see there?
Nothing. Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight through.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps. No idea. Passed out. I'll just sleep a bit more.
You don't have to look at all these patients, but in the last playthrough I skipped this, but in this playthrough I felt like doing it.
Mrs. Sanders? Why did nobody tell me about her admission?
The file describes the state in which Irene Sanders entered the Riverside Institute as well as the treatments administered to her. Fuller added a handwritten note. He recommends to take her down to the psychiatric wing in order to provide her with the quiet and rest that she needs. Code would be creepy if there's an opting-in thing if you have both games installed. You will see occasional cameos from the other game. Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting to do. I mean, certainly games have connected themselves to each other based on your choices in the previous one, so it wouldn't be beyond reason to expect the game to be able to do that kind of thing too.
Another insomniac. I should find the cause for such a widespread trouble.
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This patient was again brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight. We haven't been able to move him. The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir, I am going to examine you. Do you understand? Inject him with a dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct the clinical examination. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling. His binds left bloody wounds.
So, Doctor, what should we do with this patient?
Those basement brutes tied him up too tight, and now he's hurt.
I keep trying to heal his wounds, but he reopens them.
Do you have a diploma as a nurse?
Excuse me?
So take care of this man.
Like, do you have a diploma as a nurse, or are you just pretending to be one?
Gentlemen, may I help you?
We're waiting on news regarding our mother, Maureen Harding. She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
I'm sorry. Dr. Fuller is a very busy man.
Well, is there anyone else who can tell us what's going on?
She's our only family, you know? And we can't even see her medical file.
Don't worry. I'm aware our institution is not always welcoming. But your mother is in good hands. I'll tend to her myself. And keep you informed at once. Would that suit you?
Well, that sure sounds great to us, Doctor. Thank you.
But those are just words, so we're not budging.
Very well. At least I'll know where to find you. Ah, so there's Harding. She's still sleeping. Given her file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable. But Fuller was able to save her kidney.
Shaky, where your diploma? Where is it? Show it to me now. Right now. Literally now. Good, what should we be doing with this patient? Tell the boys reload the catapult. It's time to let him go. What a way to exit a hospital.
So, Doctor, have you been able to examine our mother?
I've tended to her, and I have good news. Her blood analysis is reassuring. Her kidneys are as new.
Are you talking about the same person? This is miraculous.
She's still recovering, but you may speak to her upon her awakening.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll wait for her to wake up. We've been here since this morning, so it won't make a difference.
Ethan.
Marie,
What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my medication, of course. Why?
You're not here for treatment, right?
Am I so obvious?
Only to me. I know you worry about me.
I trust you. I'm happy to see you.
Me too, Ethan. Is that all?
Well, there might be something else. I'm not sure.
Tell me.
I have nightmares. They keep me awake every night. It seems stupid, I know, but they're terrible.
Actually, you're not the only one.
No. No one has ever seen the things I see. It's like I'm turning mad.
So many people have this affliction. It's like an epidemic.
Do you think it might be related to Fuller's work?
I don't know yet, but I will figure all this out. Everyone in Darkwater is suffering from nightmares.
Really?
We don't have any medication left.
Oh, there's no excuse then. I should let you work.
Take care, Ethan.
You too, Marie.
I don't get why they have us waiting so long. Almost no patients here.
Where did my fiancée go? I hope those nutcases will stop burdening her with work.
Code and landing area has a group of crows that are judging the re-entry like in swimming jump competitions. It's like, we'll give that re-entry a 2 because they screamed too loudly as they were flying through the air. But we'll give this one a 10 because they didn't say anything, they didn't make any sound, and they landed in a position and form that was very pleasing.
It's a quiet little town. Days go by, steady as ever. I wanted more for myself, but...
Dr. Colden, do you want something? I think that you're needed in Block B, Doctor. Please, I'll be in trouble with Mrs. Donovan if I'm late. Do you want something? Thank you for your help, Doctor.
Thank you. I'll be going. This man, Edward Pierce, his file is incomplete. What did Fuller do to him?
The file is strangely incomplete, and the detail on treatment is not given. It does not respect standard practice.
Dr. Fuller always keeps his key with him. The key to the boiler room is missing.
Dr. Colden?
I'll be going.
No, you're pulling my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the schedule. She's alone in the bathroom again. And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan.
Oh, listen to the way you talk, you naughty girl. And the answer is no. You can imagine that she doesn't dare say a thing. That silly goose lets herself be trodden on.
Oh well, at least we won't have to clean for a while.
And just wait and see the next time the water's cut off. It's a real show. Dr. Colden?
We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor. We sent the purchase order, though, but Mrs. Donovan refused it.
Once again.
Can't you do anything?
Donovan takes her instructions directly from Dr. Fuller. I'm afraid I can do nothing about it for the moment. We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor.
Once again.
Can't you...
Donovan... We've been waiting to be restocked for weeks.
This pseudo-scientific work by Cesare Lombroso correlates an individual's morphology with his criminal predispositions. The seriousness of this study and the accuracy of the demonstrations can deceive an uninformed reader.
The doses prescribed by Fuller are far too high.
A prescription for barbiturates, signed by Dr. Fuller.
Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair.
Elizabeth? You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because, as always, I'm cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Do you really need Mrs. Donovan to open a valve? Why not ask the janitor?
I can't make these decisions without her approval. Imagine if there were a leak. Anyhow, the boiler room is locked half the time. So every time the water gets shut off, I have to go and endure her reproach until she's settled the problem.
I see. Courage, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Doctor.
Like a dictionary, this work references in alphabetical order all the medical sciences known and practiced in the modern world. For each of the entries, the major works and the names of the reference authorities are listed.
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do. I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going? Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
I will tell him, nonetheless. I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do.
The door to the boiler room is locked. I have to get the key if I wish to get rid of Donovan.
Watch out for the water, Doctor.
The key to the boiler room opens the door to the boiler room.
The key to the boiler room. All I have to do is shut off the water and hope Donovan takes the bait. I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool.
Monkey Wrench. It's also the name of a song by Foo Fighters.
I feel guilty about Elizabeth, but I need the diversion.
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
It's not your fault if we have defective plumbing.
And yet, I'm the one who gets punished because I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth. Here we go. And hold your tongue this time. Mrs. Donovan?
I'm busy. Elizabeth, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. But it's about the water.
What now?
It's off. It's not my fault.
Nothing is ever your fault. I told you to control the flow, even if I know it's not your strong point.
I've apologized 1,000 times.
I haven't counted that many, but then unlike you, I don't have time to keep track.
Please, Mrs. Donovan. I'm grateful to you for having kept me on despite that incident. I just need the water to be put back on. Otherwise, the bathroom will quickly become a nest of germs.
Oh, very well. I'll finish what I'm doing, and then I'll fix your blunders once more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Out of my sight. Go chatter with your colleagues. That's what you do best.
At last. The missing files must be hidden here. The Stendhal syndrome. Of course. This is where Fuller found his diagnosis for Francis Sanders.
A study of the Stendhal syndrome, a particularly rare mental illness. Subjects display mental disorders linked to an exposure to works of art. Hey, Dredd! Welcome on in. How's things going?
Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle. I've unlocked something. Patient files. I was right.
This cylinder was hidden inside Fuller's office. He recorded his thoughts about one of the many psychoanalysis sessions he submitted Sarah Hawkins to. Oh, that's great, Dredd. I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. As for me, I'm doing well. I'm having a good Friday and enjoying this game. I really like to play it. So this time around, I'm not going for any particular ending myself, but at certain points I'm putting up Twitch polls for chat to decide what option to go with.
Conclusions, session number 17. Patient, Sarah Hawkins. The patient appears to have finally accepted the illusory nature of what she calls the mythos. It goes without saying that these peculiar delusions are the price that comes with her exceptional gifts.
Why does Dr. Fuller write psychological reports about Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key. But I found nothing to explain Mrs. Hawkins' abilities.
This finger belonged to a woman. Why keep it here? Why is Ethan on medication? The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came, irate that Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later. I am prepared.
Dread, another game that looks good to play. You heard you mention the voice actors shared between this and Vampire. The atmosphere definitely flows well with transitioning from that game to Call of Cthulhu. Yeah. Alien Isolation. Anthony Howe plays Samuels, the android. And I chose Vampire because it had been a game that was on my to get to list, and also because I knew that Anthony Howe played the main character in that. And then, before I finished that playthrough, I was thinking to myself, okay, so what game should I actually do afterwards? And I thought, well, I should just make it a trilogy of Anthony Howe games by playing this game as well. So there we go. But yeah, this game has a lot of replay value if you like games where you can get multiple endings and choosing different dialogue options or changing what skills you put skill points into and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I really do like this game a lot. Good plan indeed, Dredd. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I like to link games between each other and find a theme that I can choose to do, which kind of, relates from one game to the next. But the next game that I'm going to do doesn't really have any sort of like special connection or relation to the last few games I've played. Just that I haven't played it for a long time and I want to do another playthrough of it, which is Resident Evil 7. But I won't be getting that. I won't be getting to that today though. I'll use the whole of today to get through this game, and then on Monday and Tuesday it'll probably take me 2 streams, I think, because the way that I go with Resident Evil games, especially the newer ones, is it does take a while for me to get to a point in the playthrough where I'm able to get a handle on stuff. Usually early on I'm struggling with my level of inventory space and what items I've got and all that kind of stuff. Dredd, he's a favourite of yours. What do you like about his voice acting the most? I think he's very, very believable in the roles that he portrays, that he plays. Samuels is such a great character as well. He's an android, but he's more of the Bishop kind, i.e., not crazy and attacks humans like Ash was in the first Alien. So I think he suits that kind of character very well. And the main character in Vampire is very tortured, and I feel that he does a great job at emoting that, and especially what happens in that game and the things that the people that he loses and stuff like that. And in this game too, he does a good job at playing like a detective, and his sort of like line delivery for a lot of stuff is really good too. But yeah, I think he's a good actor. They're the only 3 games that I've played myself that he's in. But he's also in Elden Ring as well, apparently, as a character. But I haven't played that game yet. But I will eventually. Dredd, yeah, you felt that watching your playthrough of Vampire 2. Yeah. Yeah, so I think he's really good. And I said that if they were to have done an Assassin's Creed game with you playing as Jacob and Evie's father, it'd be cool if he would have played the character in that. That'll never happen because Ubisoft aren't going to go back to that particular, family in the series. I mean, they might pay reference to them, but I don't think we'll have a game where we actually play as another Fry. But you never know.
Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller. What is the connection between these 3?
It is fortunate that I had the presence of mind to set the morgue in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden in plain sight.
Of course. Sarah Hawkins is the connection.
A partly burned shoe. It seems like it belonged to Sarah Hawkins.
I must go back to the basement.
I need to actually update that Stream Elements message about what the next game will be. Because I do know what it will be now. I'll just grab that while I think of it. Okay, so that message that automatically appears, plus the version of it that can be put in with the command schedule, should be up to date now to reflect that Resident Evil 7 will be the game that will replace this.
Ah, now that's the Marie that I know. I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around. Slowly. Talk, filthy thief! Or I swear I'll shoot!
Thief, you are filth.
I have seen your place. Books, knowledge. These are your weapons.
What am I supposed to do against men like you?
I understand. You have to protect yourself.
It's true.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
Okay, so we can't answer with that because we don't have enough occultism skill. Occultism and medical skills, the only time you can put skills into it yourself is at the start of the game. After that point, to increase your level in occultism and medicine, you need to interact with things related to those. So any medical books you find will increase your medical stats, and any occult books you find will increase your occultism.
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose life did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute. She's in danger. I have to go.
Wait. No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
Alright, chat, this is where I'm going to put another poll. There we go. So 2 minutes for this poll. Do we accept his help or not? Dread, where is the poll? So it should be up the top of chat. I don't know how it appears on mobile, though, if you're watching through that. Okay, so the poll went for yes, with one vote for yes, so that's what we choose.
All right. All right. I might need you after all.
Perfect. Let's meet later at the Hawkins mansion. Now go! Rescue the doctor!
Thank you, Drake.
Chapter 9, Riverside Institute. The book projected Pierce into the body of Dr. Colden. The detective watched helplessly as Bradley's friend carried out her inquiry. Confronted with the experiments of Fuller, she got into his office and discovered that the director of the Riverside Institute was hiding information on, if not the body of, Sarah Hawkins, but she was discovered by Fuller. Pierce must save her before it's too late. Brutus, if you're on PC and can't see it, try refreshing. Yeah, that's a good point too. I never thought about that for PC users. But yeah, sometimes it's annoying too because you'll put something in place through Twitch and some error or some glitch on their side will happen, which prevents it from being able to be accessed and stuff. I hate it when stuff like that happens. Dread, you're on mobile. You try again next time. No worries. Oh, I got you, Dread. Yeah, I very rarely use my mobile to access Twitch. Just for some things. For example, when I'm streaming from my laptop and it's a game that will actually pause when I click off the game window. Sometimes if I have to do something with Twitch, like if it's in chat or something like that, I just access it with my mobile.
I pray that Colden is really here and alive.
Riverside Institute. I came to in Drake's bookstore. In my mind, I still see what Marie Colden lived through. Treatment given to patients, her search for medical records, the enigma of the boat, going down into the cellars, and Fuller. Did the book cause this hallucination? Is Colden in danger? Drake will help me in my investigation. He'll meet me in the Hawkins mansion after gathering up his things. In the meantime, I've got to save Colden. Getting into the Institute wasn't a problem. Finding Colden and getting out with her might prove to be more difficult. Dread, you watch on your PlayStation on TV, but with the recent Twitch app updates, chat can only be done through another device. That is so annoying too when things like that get done. Because you would think that they'd want to make sure that more people can access things of theirs, not less. We have 4 character points. Want to continue putting them into that. So that is now 100%. Put those into investigation. In terms of like the amount of character points you get in this game, I think generally there's 3 different categories that you can get fully leveled up simply by using your character points for them. except for occultism and medicine, because as I was saying, the only point in which you can put character points towards occultism and medicine is at the start of the game when it asks you to apply ability points. After that point, you have to read medical books or occult books to increase either of those. So out of the other ones, psychology, spot hidden, eloquence, strength, and investigation, you can at least level 3 up in one playthrough. So I've gone with eloquence, and now spot hidden is fully upgraded, and now I'm going to work on investigation as well. Strength is probably the least necessary to put things into, unless you want to do a playthrough where you're only choosing strength-based options, of course. But generally, it's probably better to focus your points on the other ones and pick which ones out of the 3, like pick 3 out of the ones that are available that you would prefer as well. Reading the Necronomicon. Pierce has read the Necronomicon. Drawn by the whispering of the accursed book, he forced the bookseller's safe, touched the skin binding, and deciphered the last words of the crazed Abdul al-Hazred. As if in answer to the questions that Pierce was asking himself, the book sucked in his mind and projected it into the body of Colden. Silent witness to his own investigation, he followed her steps down into the cellars of the Riverside Institute and her confrontation with Fuller. Returned to his own body, Pierce slowly comes to understand that his investigation is taking him into unknown territory. The words of the Necronomicon still echo in his mind. Will he ever forget that horrifying read? Ascent. When they will have consumed the stellar flesh and survived the transformation, closer than ever to their new master, they will enter his sleep of death and will only awaken to answer his call. They will be called the Awakened. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Cthulhu. Venglui. I can't say the next one. Magloanaf. Cthulhu. Can't say the next one. Relier. Wagan Nagul Fatagan. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. The Elder Sign. Men discovered a protective symbol so powerful that it could remove them from the gaze of creatures of the myth. They carved it into their jewels, painted it on the doors of their houses, and embroidered it on the clothing of their children. Later they understood that it could even exercise its power on the doors of the sunken city. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. The words that follow are not really mine. They were communicated to me in my dreams and trances by the greatest minds in the cosmos. I take advantage of these moments of lucidity that grow ever shorter to write down these few scraps from the immense knowledge that they send crashing against my broken mind, night after night. I can only leave these crumbs of knowledge to the world in the hope that reading them will guide men, but I already fear that unholy words will stain the soul of whoever dares open this accursed collection. Because, just like prisoners whose confessions were written on their own skins, I shall protect my heritage beyond the ages. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. High Priest. The call cannot be made without a guide. The guide does not have to see or hear. He is fully committed to the cause of the great Old One that he serves. He will find the oracle. He will pursue the truth seeker. He will neither reveal nor explain. He will observe, and, when the stars align and the day of awakening arrives, he will take his place and lead the call. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. The Diary of Reverend Wickwood's Wife. Her husband John built the first Hawkins home called Hilltop. At the end of the 17th century, they were among the first white colonists of the island. The previous inhabitants disappeared mysteriously 3 centuries earlier.
An old diary. What the... Fuller, too.
A small bottle of sleeping pills, probably used on patients who have trouble sleeping to find slumber.
The Scylla is here. Like in the vision. Colden came this way. Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
Best thing. You know how he hates to be interrupted when he's operating. Moreover, I don't know who he was opening up, but he seemed quite enthusiastic.
I wouldn't like to be on that table.
Woo! You said it.
No! No! My God! What is happening to me?
So this part can be pretty tricky. So this path laid out by this shiny path, you follow that and you see an image of a certain part of this area, and so you go through it.
What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else.
To switch between quote-unquote worlds, you interact with the lamp.
What happened? Something has changed, but what?
So that'll keep teleporting us there as long as we're in this world, so to speak. So we go to this one, and the pathway was leading through to this door. And now when we switch back to this world, we can now go through this door.
Where have I seen this symbol?
And then when we come across this symbol, we need to boost the light.
Awaken and free me.
And because we collected that symbol, so to speak, we can now open this part by shining a light. Now, if your lamp goes out and you're not quick enough to get to the light source, the Shambler will actually kill you.
destiny. It has trapped you.
Honey Lil, thank you for the lurk. Thank you very much. Hey there, Lynch Mob. How's it going? Hey there, Senny. Good day, Seeker of Truths. And Seeker of Gavin. Gav, where are you? Maybe he's trapped in another dimension. Hey, Senny. How's it going today, dude? Hey there, Mr. Goatee. How's things going? Here we go. So that's the shambler there that we saw. Need to make sure that we don't run out of light, because otherwise the Shambler will get us. There we go, refill that. Crooked, it's the last day before you leave and it's pouring rain again, so just having a chill day at home, lol. How's the game going? Oh, dude. Sorry to hear that happened like that. Because it seems like a lot of the days that you had planned to do things, you had to make different plans due to weather. And especially on the last day as well, that really sucks that the last day couldn't have had the weather that you wanted. This very interesting book, aimed at a wide public, demonstrates how non-recognized sciences have influenced modern medicine. Magnetism, grandmother's secrets, Chinese acupuncture, hypnosis, herbal medicine, alchemy, and many others have contributed, to a certain extent, to the enrichment of medicine at the beginning of this century. Gote, you're going good. You've been playing Dead Space Remake. Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. Is there anything special that you're doing in that? Like, are you going for achievements or collectibles? Oh, and Crooked, yeah, the game's going well. Sorry, I forgot to answer that part. Yeah, things are going well with this game. We're in a very confusing part of the game.
You are confronting powers that surpass you.
Very easy to get lost. And there's two different quote-unquote worlds that you need to switch between in this part to navigate. We're making good progress, and I'll be finishing this game in this stream. I started a bit later my time to try and make sure that the timing was such that I'd be finishing this so I wouldn't have heaps of, hours left in the day, because it feels weird to me sometimes not streaming another game when I finish one, if there's still time for me to do another stream. And I want to make sure that I get this game done today, and that the Monday game can be started on Monday. Crooked, that's true. Thankfully this isn't happening every year. Let's hope the next one will be better. Hopefully so, dude, for sure. And the thing about the weather too is, sure, you can look at the news reports and you can check the weather reports, and they might be accurate to a certain point, but, sometimes the weather can just change its mind and do something that wasn't actually forecast for that day. So sometimes you don't really know. Mr. Gote, 100% completion, so that means the hardest difficulty run, a plasma cutter only run. So the plasma cutter, dude, I've seen a bit of Dead Space being played. Is that like your most basic weapon, I imagine? Is that your most basic weapon? Lynch Mob, all is well. Got the day off tomorrow. Today and tomorrow, so nothing to do but relax and catch up on some TV shows and play the Mafia Trilogy games. Oh, nice, Lynch Mob, that's cool. I always hope that when people have days off that they go very slowly so that you can enjoy as much of the day as possible. I do have the Mafia games on my list, actually. One of them, it was the second game, was actually free on PlayStation 1 month. So I grabbed that, but I don't know if the same will happen with the remaster of Mafia 1 or not. I'm not too sure about Mafia 3 because I've seen a bit of Mafia 3 and I'm sure that it could probably be a good game as well, but I guess I prefer the earlier time period that 1 and 2 take place in rather than the time period the third one does. But having said that though, if the third game goes on sale, then I definitely wouldn't mind actually getting it, because then I can play through that as well. Here we go. Dr. Fuller's office. Mr. Goatee, most basic weapon, yeah, it's pretty much a pistol. Well, best of luck with that run, Mr. Goatee. I hope it's not too annoying. Hey Schiller, welcome. It's going really good, thank you, dude. How about yourself? Mafia 3 isn't like Mafia 1 and 2, isn't it? So it's more than just the time period, I see. Yeah, because wasn't Mafia 3 kind of like the 60s, I think? Or maybe the 70s even. But I'm not sure though, because I haven't played it. It seemed like that was the time period, but I could be wrong. Crooked, recently there was a question on Reddit which weapon you get early on in the game is arguably the best in the game, and it mentioned the plasma cutter as well. Made you think about the hidden blade in the classic Assassin's Creed games, so submitted that and had a few thousand people agreeing. Oh, nice, Crooked, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, that is definitely the case with the hidden blade, because, as we know, if you're able to pull off the counter attacks in those games while having the hidden blade, it's a one-hit kill guarantee. Mr. Goatee, if you had infinite ammo, full contact beam would be legit, or pulse rifle with infinite grenades. Now that would be really, really cool. Crooked, is kind of funny, but the general greet goodbye in Czech language is ahoy as well, so everyone says it here casually though. Oh, nice. Ahoy. Ahoy there. Sheila, the protagonist in Mafia 3, is just coming back from the Vietnam War while it's still going on. Oh, so it's still active when he does. Yeah. Because I think someone said it's similar to, or the way that he looks, like how he dresses, is similar to Rambo in the first Rambo movie. But yeah, I mean, I might still play it. I'm just saying that I prefer the 1940s or something? Kind of old school mafia type stuff. Good indeed. The potential of the Hidden Blade is great if you can time it right. And that's the thing, the timing. You know, in AC1, you almost have to be your timing has to be so precise. And in AC2, they sort of, ease up on that a little bit. And then by Revelations, they give you a lot of window of opportunity in comparison. There we go. So that's supposed to happen with that encounter with the Shambler. Be very careful, and I've probably fucked myself. Oh no, but the light came back.
It looks like things are back to normal.
There we go. Alright, so that part can be very tricky. I got lost a few times in that. Sheila, Mafia 1 is in the 20s and 30s, 2 is playing in the 40s and 50s, Mafia 3 is during the 70s. Nice. Yeah, the only game that I have in the series is the second one. The remaster, that is. That's because it was free on the PlayStation. 1 month. All right, I wanted to get some of that song being sung. It's actually the song that Sarah sings to her son. Hey there, Daves. Wish Mafia 3 wasn't such a grind. The main character's so cool, but the gameplay becomes repetitive and tedious so quickly. Yeah, the version that I saw being played had a lot of glitches as well. It was a very buggy kind of mess. Chili, your favorite is Mafia 1. The remastered version has a slight difference to the original version, but it's still good. Oh, that's good then, yeah. Because I don't know if I mean, it's kind of tricky. Because, you know, I haven't played the original version, so... Daves, you like Mafia 2 for the city, really gives you super strong old-timey New York City vibes. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing one of those games. Sheila, Mafia 3 is too much of an open world for you as a Mafia game. Ah, so the first two aren't so much. I gotcha. Dave's, yeah, it's like all the bad parts of Ubisoft gameplay put together. A real bad recipe. Lynchmob, Mafia 2 driving and shooting doesn't come close to comparison to 1 and 3, and both are your favourite, but Mafia 1 Remastered is your most favourite also. Oh, nice, Lynchmob. It's cool that they remastered those games because, like myself, you know, there's probably a lot of people who haven't actually played them before.
What's going on? It never ends.
Dave's, the first versions were really super dated, and you say that as somebody who still loves and plays Morrowind and VTMB. What's VTMB? But yeah, sometimes, you know, those original versions of games, sometimes it's definitely better if you played those games back then, or you played games similar to those kinds, and then go back and play them again, even though you might have gotten used to more modern improvements and stuff that have been done for other games. But sometimes it can be so much of an obstacle to enjoy the game when you have to deal with game mechanics that are done in a way that back then, you know, most people who played the game might have been fine with, but not everything stays the same the whole way through, especially as games get older and older and older. Oh, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I gotcha.
Damnation. That's me. Oh God! I gotta get out. I got.
Pierce, I found her. I finally know what's going on. You must live and find the truth. It is already too late for me.
Colden? What's going on? Was it a hallucination?
Dave's, it's not just mechanics. A lot of it was just that it's old and it looks old and feels old. Like movement and getting in and out of cover felt clunky as fuck. If you haven't played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, you should give it a shot. You have a feeling you'd love it. I actually had one of the games in that series. It came out, it might have been 1999 or 2000, but I never actually got around to playing it. I sort of had it and I just kept it, and then over the years never played it. And yeah, so I don't know which one that was though. I don't know if it was the first game in that series or however many in. Hey Stan, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. How's it going, lads? Did you hear the price of Skull and Bones? 70 fucking US dollars. Yeah, if I was living in America, I definitely wouldn't be paying that much for it. If I were buying it, that is. But yeah, in Australia, the special edition, whatever you want to call it, is I think it's $160 Australian. I'm like, no. And then the standard, I think, is just $100, but still. There's only certain games I'm willing to pay $100 Australian for, and Alan Wake 2 was one of them. But not, something like Skull and Bones. Lenchmob, thank you for redeeming the random horror movie quote, and the random Red Dead 2 quote as well. Dave's laughing my ass off. Skull and Bones. Yeah, the game itself might be just a pile of skull and bones at some point. Would not be surprised, to be honest. Okay, so I've got a movie quote. Legend has it was written by the Dark Ones. Necronomicon ex mortis, roughly translated, Book of the Dead. The book served as a passageway to the evil worlds beyond. It was written long ago, when the seas ran red with blood. It was this blood that was used to ink the book. In the year 1300 AD, the book disappeared. So that's from the opening narration of Evil Dead 2. Thanks for redeeming that random horror movie quote. I thought that considering Evil Dead also makes use of the Necronomicon as a plot device and an actual thing, I would choose something from an Evil Dead movie. And now for the Red Dead 2 quote. With all due respect, Dutch, is this Tahiti plan really going to work out? You tell me, Arthur, is it? Have some goddamn faith. That's between Arthur and Dutch in Red Dead 2. Thank you for redeeming that as well, Lenchmob. Dave's, damn, her brows are on fleek. Oh, VTM Redemption. That's much more dated, but still good. Oh, is that the name? That might be the name of it, actually, I think. Stan, so it's really full triple A, quadruple A game. Yves Guillemot. Yeah. It's like, Yves, let me come up with a concept for a video game for Ubisoft to do.
Please take a seat and be quiet, Mr. Pierce. I'll be with you in a moment.
Stop whatever the hell you're doing and turn around now. No, it can't be.
No! You son of a bitch! What did you do to her?
I wish I could have done more experiments on you, Mr. Pearson.
I said, what did you do to her?
You shouldn't be sorry for your friend. You should envy her.
Murderer! This madness must stop!
Colden?
Rest in peace, Lucy Thorne. Marie Colden. Stan, it's a fifth tuple game. Oh my god! Fifth tuple games take over the industry. Dave's human experimentation. Damn, her shoving you into a wall game is on fleek. Is like good way to knock a character out. Just throw them up against the wall. I don't know how you can knock someone out by throwing them against the wall, but I'm sure it is possible, depending on how hard you push them and what they hit and where they hit, I suppose. Dave's whiplash, maybe, if their head snaps back into the wall. That's a good point. Yeah, whiplash.
What did they do to you? Can you speak?
He gave him the gold and I the azure. I don't see him very often anymore. The green is stronger.
Are you feeling ill?
I'm here, but no.
Let's get you out of here.
It comes in my dreams. Our minds melt like colors on a palette.
Come with me.
It's of the oldest green. Violent living, vibrant. A sea green, maybe. No.
Mrs. Hawkins, we must go before someone finds out.
Oh, but he will. He always knows these things when it's about me.
All right, so we have the first point in the game where I can actually access a different language. So for this playthrough, I'm going to create polls for different choices in the game. When it comes to dialogue choices, I'm only going to put up polls when there's an actually different language to choose. And this is the Relian language. So I'm going to open up a poll for voting on that. How can I put the question? Okay, so choose. I'll just, instead of, calling it the actual language it is, I'll just put choose other language as the question and yes or no as the things to vote for. I'll make it a 2-minute poll. So, should I choose this as a response in the other language? Cool, I can pause it like that. There will be a choice later that I'll put up for a vote that will be timed. Dave's, kind of like how you can get a concussion from falling down but vertical instead of horizontal. Yeah. I've never had it happen to me, touch wood, so I don't know from personal experience, thankfully. Shaky, it's Lara Croft. Yeah, I mean, face-wise, could have definitely been used for Lara Croft. Yeah, definitely not that kind of experimentation, Dave. Shaky, acoustic stare. Nice emote. Oh, I see now, Shaky, yeah. Yeah. It's funny, characters in games being asked a question and then you as the player not answering straight away, so the person is just like looking at the other person like, are you going to answer or what? All right, so the vote went to yes, so we'll respond in the other language. Relian.
I have seen the same color. It was not as vivid as you said.
A pale copy. A discarded spawn.
Do you know what it was? Tell me.
I can't. We should not call his name. Terrible, terrible consequences.
All right. Come with me.
He will know. He will find us.
One more reason to hurry.
Have I seen you before?
Can you walk?
Maybe.
Then let's go before your husband finds us. It was in your studio.
What?
You painted me. That's where you saw me.
Of course. The men in white are coming.
You mean the guards?
This way. Follow me.
What the?
Oh no.
Hey!
Yeah. I got this. Okay. Okay. Wait. The machine. It's the green. The decaying one.
The gas.
Yes. It's not good for living beings.
We don't have time for that.
I am not moving until the wrong is set right.
Damn it.
Shaky, you love that, honestly, especially in the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Some of the animations for the characters that are talking to you when they're in their idle state, waiting for a response, can be so damn funny. It's like in the Dark Pictures games by Supermassive, when you get a choice of what to say to a character. If you just decide to not select anything, the game will automatically choose say nothing by default. But the look on the person's face as they're just standing there is just so funny. That was an interesting way of the game showing that choice, not what I expected. Yeah, I like how they do that visual effect as part of showing that your choice actually has some kind of impact.
I'd be better off finding a tool. Perfect. All right. That should do it. Let's move.
I'm your puppet no more, you bastard!
You're my wife. My wife. You owe me obedience.
Leave her alone! We're leaving this crazy island.
You are going nowhere. Don't get between me and my wife. Nobody tells me what to do with my wife. How dare you? No! Why should I let you take her away when I could snap your neck?
Okay, so I can't choose that option.
All you did for her safety was throwing her in this rat hole. I hid her well enough. You let Fuller play with her. Stop. I did everything I could to protect her. But her identity, her power, is what threatens her. What? Sarah has seen things, has made things you can't even begin to imagine. Would you still save her if I told you that she is even more dangerous than I am?
Lynch Mob reminds you of the Walking Dead Telltale games, because if you don't choose a dialogue or action, it affects the story in the game. That's cool too, that they do that, because sometimes not even making a choice is a choice.
She needs help. No. Sarah has been in the presence of the myth for too long. Even if she were to leave Darkwater, she would still hear his call. And the cult will always be here, waiting for her. Then we get rid of its members. You are out of your league, detective. They control the whole island. She will finally surrender to his power, and the world will fall with her. Don't! No one can escape the wheel of destiny, they say. But I will change it. I will save Sarah.
Dave's poor guy. Hasn't really had a good experience, has he? Chapter 9, The Hawkins Mansion. After the death of Colden, Pierce, victim of hallucinations, advanced inside the Riverside Institute to the point of discovering Sarah Hawkins alive, prisoner of Dr. Fuller. The last confrontation between Charles Hawkins and his wife has revealed that the man, under his monstrous appearance, tried to protect her from the influence of the myth. He warned Pierce, if Sarah succumbs to the lure of the occult, she will lose all free will, allowing the cult to bring its plan to fruition. Summon an ancient and evil god. Henceforth, Pierce must know more about Sarah Hawkins's intentions and find a way to protect her.
No parent should have to bury their child, knowing it's me that put him there. The guilt will never go away.
I feel your pain.
I'll do anything to get him back. Anything. My work was what lured me here in the first place. It began showing me things I never should have painted. Things Charles should never have seen.
What am I to you? I took care of you, saved you from your miserable life. You'll never find a man better than me. You owe me.
I owe you nothing. We'll leave now.
You're not going anywhere. You are mine.
Simon.
Come on. It's over now.
Seriously considering exposing yourself to that influence again.
Do I have a choice?
Dave's get slapped, noob. Get set on fire, noob. Call of the noob. Hawkins Manor. What does she really know? What have they done to her? Her husband said that she was dangerous. Sarah Hawkins. She looks crazy. Like me. Alright, 4 character points. Putting them into investigation. Charles Hawkins. Pierce and Sarah Hawkins confronted the monster that Charles Hawkins had turned into. The man retained nothing human. Tentacles replaced one of his arms, his face bore the signs of an unfinished mutation, and he was endowed with superhuman strength. He was on the point of strangling Pierce when Sarah Hawkins drove a poker into his throat. Pierce finished him off with an axe. This fight to the death left Pierce physically and mentally scarred. The cost of truth. While Pierce's sanity is growing dangerously weaker, his increased sensitivity to the occult opens new ways for him. On rare occasions, he is now able to unearth hidden truths when he speaks to the inhabitants of the island. As with everything connected with the myth, using it comes at a cost. Fuller's notes. If the evidence garnered in the Hawkins drawing room raises questions as to what became of the parents' bodies, the discovery of Colden in the office of Fuller reinforced this conviction. Sarah Hawkins was moved from the crime scene by none other than Dr. Fuller. Even more significant, the director of the Riverside Institute obviously had a strong obsession with the artist. The content of the cylinders recorded by the doctor proves his interest in the young painter. Summaries of psychoanalysis sessions, as well as blood tests, confirm the fact. In one of the cylinders, Fuller clearly states that he has hidden the body and the personal effects of one of his patients. Hey White Reborn, good morning to you. How's things going?
Mr. Pierce, we were waiting for you.
Good. Sarah doesn't have much time.
What are you doing here?
Did you think I would let you confront the occult without supervision?
This is too dangerous for a bookworm like you.
Algernon, I need to talk to Mr. Pierce.
Very well, Sarah. I will be in Charles Hawkins' office.
You seem different.
Yes. When I woke up this morning, my mind was sharper. Cleaner. I can still hear the voice calling me. It is so strong, so ancient, enticing, dangerous. I may never be able to escape his grip, but for now I can keep it at bay. I know what I owe you, Mr. Pierce, but I can't come back to Boston with you.
Alright, so we do have the ability to ask a occultism question.
I saw everything. The tunnels under your house, the rituals, the secret society. I must get you out of its reach.
I know how dangerous they can be to me. But first, there's the Wanderer. I must find it and kill it. I am the only one who can end its slaughter.
No. No, you will come with me to Boston.
I owe you no obedience.
This isn't about what you want or don't want to do. You would risk destroying the world just because you can't face the consequences of your actions.
I am willing to atone for my sins.
No, you're just trying to erase all proof of the mistakes you've made.
I know what I have done. I will not rest until the creature is sent back to its dimension.
Okay, so now we have a other language. I know it's not called that in the game, but just to simplify it, we now have another other language choice. So I'm going to create another poll as to whether or not we choose to respond with that other language. There we go. And that one's got 2 minutes on that poll. That's great, White Reborn, that you're going good. That's excellent. No, this game came out in 2018, so a fair while ago now. And I've played through it a few times, gotten all the other endings that you can get. There's about 4 endings that you can get. But for this playthrough, I wanted to do something different, so I decided to have it be one where at certain points for certain decisions, I would actually put a poll up for people to vote on to decide what action would be taken. So it helps keep the playthrough fresh for me as well, so I'm not just, playing through the game without some kind of different angle to take on it. Okay, so the poll ended. No one voted, so I'm going to take that as a no, so we won't choose that language.
You will get us all killed.
Listen, Algernon knows of a way to protect me. Help him find what he seeks, and we may all survive this battle.
Doesn't seem like I have much choice.
Oh, that's okay, Brutus. That's no worries. I didn't actually realize that choosing any of the options changed things, but it doesn't matter anyway, because the choice was about whether to choose that language or not. But there's another vote coming up that I'll be putting up for something different.
How are you, Bradley?
Ah, it's you, Pierce. I'm just worried about Marie. I mean, Dr. Colden. Have you had any news?
All right, do we tell the truth or do we lie? All right, so a new poll is up for whether we tell Bradley the truth or we lie to him. Oh, that's fair enough, Brutus. That's definitely understandable too. Okay, so that poll has ended, and the winning vote was yes, with 2 votes to 0 votes for lie.
I'm so sorry, Bradley. I could do nothing to save her.
What do you mean? What happened?
I'm not sure what happened, but I found her body in the cellars of Riverside.
You sure that you've got nothing to do with it? If she hadn't tried to help you, she might still be alive.
I'm sorry. Truly.
It's that slug, Fuller. I swear I'll shoot him. What do you say, Pierce? Are you with me?
All right, so we have the option for the other language to be chosen. So I'm going to do another poll about choose other language. I'm going to make this one shorter, so it'll only be a minute poll. Alrighty then, so the poll is ended, and the winner was yes with 1 vote and no with 0. So we're going to respond in the other language. Really, Ian.
Have no fear, Bradley. Dr. Fuller will not escape the clutches of destiny for long. Sooner or later, he will be judged for what he has done. You just need to have faith.
What are you talking about? What's this story of destiny? No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to wait for some mystical intervention. I'll take care of him. Myself.
We must do something for those who are still alive, Bradley. Sarah is still in danger as long as the cult is active. We need to see this through, otherwise Marie's death will have been in vain.
You're, the voice of reason, Pierce. As always. I prefer to be alone.
Hey, Rosie. You're busy with classes, you'd be all over the voting elsewise. That's understandable, Rosie. I don't blame you for not being able to. I hope it's going well, though.
Was Sarah Hawkins telling the truth? What kind of ritual was she preparing? Was the painting of the Shambler displayed here? Mrs. Hawkins never told me why she was in possession of the Necronomicon. How did she survive her encounter with the Shambler? How did she react? Was she afraid? Charles Hawkins was ready to do anything to protect his wife.
Hawkins Manor. She won't leave Darkwater, not before having killed the Shambler. This is madness. Drake might know something. He spoke about protecting her. He's waiting for me in Charles Hawkins' office. Bradley knows about Colden. Sarah Hawkins has read the Necronomicon. Was she haunted by the book? She must have looked in it to find a way to get rid of the Shambler. Each time this woman gets close to the occult, a catastrophe occurs. I don't know if she really has any power, but I must shelter her from all this madness. Okay, I didn't read this one, but trapped in madness. Is the death of Colden a hallucination, or is it the sole flash of truth in the slow descent into madness that Edward Pierce's mind is undergoing? The detective gained entry to the Riverside Institute in order to help the doctor. Immediately attacked by the Shambler, he fled through a transmuted hospital, whose architecture respected no physical laws. His wanderings led him to an operating room, where his confrontation with Fuller came to an end when Colden's corpse rose up to attack Pierce. The detective thinks that he's got a grip on himself, but he now knows that death and madness lie in his path. His sanity was severely affected by this new ordeal. Lucinda, thank you so very much for the 30 months in a row. Thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate that, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Thank you again for that. Muchly appreciated. I hope things are going well for you today so far. That is awesome. 30 months. The failed incantation. In Sarah Hawkins' office, a circle decorated with unknown symbols surrounded by partly consumed candles bear witness to the artist's occult activities. In the middle of tangible proof, upturned easel, broken bolt, mark left on the floor by a beast, new residual images arrive to disturb the reconstruction. The Necronomicon appeared on the floor, probably because Sarah Hawkins sought the knowledge required to carry out her rite within its pages. It was, no doubt, a rite of revocation, because the Shambler was present. The mark on the floor does not lie. There is no other creature on the earth capable of making anything like it. Whatever Sarah Hawkins tried to do, it failed, and the state of the room accentuates the words of her dead husband. She must never again come near occult forces. Listen, the things are going okay. Nectro is feeling better. Now you're just crossing your fingers, hoping you don't get sick now. Well, that's great that he's feeling better. That's awesome. Especially because it's been a few days that he's been sick. So that's great news, Lucinda. And definitely hope you don't end up getting sick as well. That's the thing. You don't want that to happen. One person out of the two of you is enough, not let alone having both of you get sick. So yeah, touch wood, knock on wood that you don't get sick as well. Lucinda, yeah, has been feeling off since Sunday, the full-blown sick Monday to Wednesday, then yesterday was the first day he didn't have to take any medicine. Now his cough is going away. That's excellent, Lucinda. And yeah, that is quite a number of days, to be feeling sick. And there's just so many things that can be side effects of that too. Whether it be your taste buds might not be the same, and so even food that was really good, that you enjoyed, loses its taste, and other sort of like inconveniences as well that can arise from being sick. just show what happens if you try and go down this way again. Nothing, like, shocking happens, but...
Damn it. The entrance to the tunnel has been buried following the cave-in. But at least I didn't dream it.
Just some extra dialogue to get.
Seeing you again. Ah, it's you. I'm here for her, not you.
I don't care why you're here. Your usefulness is the only thing that matters. How do we protect Mrs. Hawkins from the influence of the forces that claim her?
By following Charles Hawkins, that imbecile of a thief, of course.
What do you mean?
He found something. An amulet. The symbol engraved on it could protect Sarah.
Could?
We are dealing with forces that by far surpass what your intellect can process. Feel free to ask me any question regarding the matters that exceed your grasp.
Where is Charles Lee? Okay, so we have another option to speak Rillian. So I'll put up a poll to choose whether or not we respond in the other language. I'll just call it other language, just to make it easier. There we go, and that'll be a minute poll. Listen to Algernon. I'd like to see the alliance map. I've changed my mind. The wind calls me back to Ranvi. Are we done with this pissing contest? Okay, so with 4 votes to 0, the vote goes to yes. So we'll respond in Rillian.
What is the true nature of the Necronomicon?
I see that you are interested in my precious book. It is the definitive book of knowledge of the occult, Mr. Pierce, written by Abdul al-Hazred. It is the answer to many a question.
That is why it's so highly valued.
Yes, and even though it is a copy, given to me as a gift by Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University, the work remains very powerful.
I understand better why you keep it in a safe.
Alright, so we've already asked in that different language.
The dagger with the strange sign. Was it you who sold it to Francis Sanders?
If you are referring to the dagger of the ancients, then yes, it was me. Why?
Do you know what he intended to do with it?
Francis was primarily a collector of occult objects. He liked rare items such as the dagger. But I doubt he knew its purpose.
It allowed me to send the creature you call the Shambler back into the painting.
Fascinating. But I am afraid that this might only be short-lived.
You mean that thing could come back?
Yes, that is why I am looking for a more permanent solution.
It must never come back.
Okay, so we've already asked that in Rillian.
This creature, the Shambler, what is it?
It is a hunter. It travels from one dimension to another to hunt down its prey.
Francis Sanders was one of its victims. How could a creature like that end up in one of Mrs. Hawkins' paintings?
Sarah has an uncommon gift. A connection with entities that live beyond our reality. I doubt that she was aware at the time, but when she painted the picture in a certain way, she called it.
And now it remains in our reality.
Let us say that it uses the painting as a portal into our reality. and we make enticing prey for it.
That's why we must find a way of sending it back to where it came from permanently.
And again, we've already chosen this as a option.
A genius like you must have already found a way to get rid of this creature, yes?
I sense your sarcasm, but it does happen that, yes, I do have a solution. I think I can destroy it, but for that I must approach the creature, and to be able to do so, I need the key to Rie.
Another one of your baubles.
It is no bauble, unbeliever. It is a very powerful protection, able to repel very ancient forces. Much more effective than your Colt.
What does it look like?
It is a golden amulet, bearing very ancient inscriptions and an elder sign at its center. A star with an eye in the middle.
I've already seen that sign. Where can we find it?
Therein lies the problem. That foul thief Charles has hidden it somewhere. I found this drawing among his personal effects. I think that it has something to do with the location of the amulet.
I'll follow this lead. You continue searching.
That is what I intend to do. As for you, return here the second you find it. I don't want it to disappear again.
Drake thinks that Charles Hawkins has hidden an amulet in the mansion that is able to protect Sarah Hawkins. Apparently the symbol that is engraved upon it has influence over the powers that threaten her. If it's true, I must get my hands on it. The drawing leads to the amulet. Where have I seen this bust? The Key of R'lyeh. Drake maintains that it can repel the forces of the Great Old Ones and lock the doors to the undersea city of R'lyeh. I see an ugly, solid gold medallion engraved with the same symbol that repulsed Charles Hawkins in the Nameless bookstore. It remains to be seen if it can really protect Sarah Hawkins. Extract from the notebook of Edward Pierce, private detective. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it?
Ah, it's you again.
That's all I wanted to know.
All in good time.
Ma, ma, ma. Oh, shut up, Jason. No one gives a fuck about your ma, ma, ma. But we do have something in common. We're both bald. Both wear masks.
Ma, ma, ma. Oh, shut up, Jason. No one gives a fuck about your ma, ma, ma. But we do have something in common. We're both killing machines. Lidus, what a combination of redemptions. Thank you so very much for redeeming all those. Thank you very much, dude. That's hilarious. How's it going, man? Welcome on in. No, that's good. That was really good. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by... I like how they put concealed twice. This sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it? Gladys, you wanted to make you laugh. You were like, how does this turn crazy? Let's see. Okay, got it. Nice. But it's very inventive as well, using the key, ma, ma, ma as a launch, and then putting that into the other two redemptions as well.
This is the amulet that Drake was looking for.
This amulet is engraved with the Elder Sign. Drake calls it the Key of R'lyeh. He firmly believes that this artifact is of great power. Sarah Hawkins's ritual. Is the Necronomicon endowed with its own conscience? While investigating the Hawkins mansion, Pierce came into contact with a residual image of the lost book. The work is so powerful that even the memory of it is enough for the detective to lose some sanity. Pierce is not the only person to have read it. As he suspected, Sarah Hawkins also studied it.
I prefer to be alone.
Alright, let's show the amulet to Drake.
Ah, it's you again.
Nice one, listen to amulet. Amulet. We've already chosen that dialogue option. That was voted on. To choose it, give the amulet.
I think I've found what we're looking for.
Let me see that. Yes, that's it. It's perfect. We are saved.
I must tell Mrs. Hawkins.
Yes, do that.
Let's hop along to Sarah Hawkins.
I have it. It's a strange amulet. I hope it will protect you, considering that nothing will help you change your mind.
You must understand, I already went too far.
What have you seen that's so terrible you convinced yourself that you had to risk so much?
I can't tell you now.
This story is going to end badly.
Yes, Chief West is here with Sullivan.
Bradley, you take care of Sarah. I will deal with them.
You sure? All right.
I've been hearing about you a lot lately. You seem to enjoy causing trouble.
Nice job, Chief. You got me. Great police work.
You can try to play smart with me all you want, Pierce. Witnesses have identified you as the one who set fire to Riverside.
Witnesses? How convenient. That's not the whole story, is it?
I don't care about your stories. Save them for the judge. You know, us cops, we base our investigation on facts and testimonies. You might want to try that next time.
You bet I
Chapter 10, Darkwater Police Station. With the help of Algernon Drake, Pierce has obtained an amulet that is supposed to protect Sarah Hawkins against the evil powers that covered her. The painter told him of her desire to track and kill the dimensional shambler in order to atone for her sins. Before Pierce could stop her, he was arrested by the police.
You know, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Pierce.
All good, I hope.
It appears that you've been involved in a variety of misdemeanors since your arrival on Darkwater. Entering private property, twice. Aggression, insulting behavior, and to top it all, arson.
That's so cool. I'm looking over Martin's IMDb, and he was in Control in the AWE DLC. Nice.
Listen, in my line of business, we are obliged to overstep certain limits.
We're not just talking about illegal surveillance. You were being accused of serious crimes.
There's nothing serious in what you've said, and you've got no proof that I started the fire.
Don't you worry. I'll find some.
You're going to waste time and effort on me, while terrible things are happening on this island.
Yeah? So what's going on that I don't know about?
Look behind you, a three-headed monkey.
You'd be better off taking an interest in Dr. Fuller. The experiments he carries out on his patients are as inhuman as they are illegal. And when Dr. Colden wanted to put a stop to it, she too went under the knife.
What are you talking about? Nobody's reported any wrongdoings. Dr. Fuller is a man who is as much respected and admired on the island as he is in his profession. It seems like you've got a grievance against him. Is that why you set fire to his institute?
I'm admitting nothing at all.
Come on, I'll show you to your new residence. I'll be back later to ask you some questions. I hope that you'll make the right choice and confess to everything. It would be as unpleasant for you as it would be for me if I had to adopt more advanced questioning.
I have no doubt about that.
Good night, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah, Daves. That's what's been going on.
Mr. Pierce, the truth seeker. We meet at last.
Who's there?
I am the one men named Leviathan. Not because of the scale of my terrestrial form, but as a reminder of the immensity of my knowledge, which I came to share with you, human. Do not struggle. You will not be able to speak or escape my influence.
Alright, so I'm going to put this as a poll option. I'll just set that up. Alright, so 3 choices. Poll is active for 1 minute. Do I choose try to speak, struggle, or submit? Alright, so the winner of the poll was Struggle. With 3 votes, Submit had 1 vote, and Try to Speak had 0 votes. So we choose Struggle.
I told you to behave. You are here to accept the knowledge and follow the path that leads to your freedom. This is an offer that the likes of you, particularly those with such rare characteristics, cannot refuse. The more you bend your human spirit to make it able to receive the truth, the closer you will come to embrace his power. Where is the Oracle, Truth Seeker? Would you like to see her?
Alright, so this will be another poll option. Choose accept or refuse the knowledge. Dave's boo, struggling, boo. That is what won. The struggle. Listen, you just wanted to hear it again? Nice. It's so funny, the talking underwater is like... Leviathan is very patient. Okay, so the vote went to accept with 2 votes and refuse with 1 vote.
Where is the Oracle? Is she not the very object of your quest? I'll let you see for yourself. But do not forget, your fate has already been written. Our paths shall cross again, Truth Seeker.
You know the risk, Sarah. If you happen to use your powers again, you may lose more than your life.
It is not about me, but innocent lives. I hope that your sources are reliable.
The bootleggers have the painting. If the dimensional shambler is to appear, he will do it here. The shambler! I knew it!
No! Not again! Algernon, come back! Where is Algernon? And the Shambler? No way back. How many are there?
is either you or me.
No! What are you... No! Open! Open! Open up! Open this door! It's here.
The beast is within our reach.
Are you sure you want to do it?
Let's go.
Quickly! Come with me!
How do we kill it?
The Shambler can open breaches between dimensions. He uses glyphs as anchors to stay in our world.
Then I must destroy these glyphs.
Exactly.
How can I find them?
I will make the glyphs visible so you can revoke them. By doing so, this zone will be protected by a barrier.
Perfect. Stay inside the shield.
I'll create the protective barrier. Get back inside it as soon as you sense the slightest danger. The first glyph must have appeared somewhere on the floor. Find that symbol, Sarah. It should react to the light if you use your lamp.
The glyph. I can't move it. Is it acting against me?
The ritual is working. Don't worry, it's just until I ward it off. Oh no. The Wanderer is back. The glyph is ready, Sarah. Run! The second symbol has been revealed. You know what you have to do, Sarah.
Where is it?
The second glyph must have appeared. Let's press on. You startled me, my friend. I have the impression the Shambler is trying to anticipate our actions. The symbol must be here somewhere. Look closely.
That is what I'm doing.
The second glyph, he's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him. Now is when matters get complicated. I must breach the barrier to ward off the creature. You have to lure it in front of me, Sarah. Do you understand? Once it goes after you, I need you to guide it towards me.
Dave's free the Shambler, please. But everything will be in shambles if we do, though.
We're almost there, Sarah.
Oh no, it's already here. Release me now! Algernon!
Done! Quickly! Bring him towards me! Well done, Sarah. It's time we were done with this painting. Let's go, Sarah. It's over.
Do you hear something? I can hear him. He calls me.
Sarah! No!
Algernon. It's too late.
Just resist! Please! Don't!
Dun dun dun. Chapter 11, Darkwater Police Station. Sarah Hawkins, together with Algernon Drake, managed to permanently drive the Dimensional Shambler back at the end of a fierce battle. However, this feat of strength cost her what was left of her self-awareness. She has succumbed to the call of the myth.
Sarah Hawkins. Why did she do it? Damn it!
Did our guest enjoy our hospitality?
Let me out of here.
I'm warning you, Pierce. I want a short and clear-cut confession. Do you admit your guilt in the case brought before you?
You don't have any idea what's happening on this damn island.
Chief West, we got a problem.
Damn it, not now. What is it this time?
Captain Fitzroy, Chief. Some guys have ransacked Roy's bar. They went berserk, attacked the patrons, smashed the place up. It's chaos.
This is only the beginning. Let me out.
Let's go take a look. Tell Sullivan and Marshall to keep this one nice and warm till I get back.
Are you stupid? Don't you understand? Those goddamn idiots.
Truth Seeker, I find you again. As promised, I come back to reiterate the offer of truth. As your mind expands and finally understands the true nature of the world, your perceptions change. Are you ready to see your world and the ones that live in it as they truly are?
Alright, so I'm not going to put this up for a poll choice because it doesn't matter what you choose in this situation.
Come, Truth Seeker. Follow the path of the ultimate truth.
I thought we were made of the same stuff, Detective. Fighters. Survivors. I never would have thought you so naive. It's all your fault. You could have stopped this whole thing. Your army buddies, the villagers, me. We're all in danger, as long as you're alive.
I can't go to sleep. Keep having the same dream. should I say nightmare? That pain in my chest as if I was being skewered. Hurtless, cold, silence. Then I wake up in the hospital bed alive. That voice whispers in my mind. I keep hearing it, and I don't know how long I'll be able to resist.
Who are you, Truth Seeker? I may see you in my dreams. I still can't decide if you will be my doom or my liberation. This fate, it may have been written for both of us, but I will fight for what is right.
Dom, what happened?
Come, you'll want to hear what these two Egypts have to say.
This better be interesting.
Seems like someone decided to grant you your deepest wish.
A mutiny?
Worse. They killed Chief West.
What?
And left his body in one of our warehouses.
You're kidding.
They're all yours.
Which one of you is dumb enough to kill a cop and throw him on my doorstep?
We don't know nothing.
The dead body in my warehouse disagrees.
We swear, miss, it's not us.
I don't have time for this. Spill it.
We've got nothing to do with it.
Alright. This doesn't have any bearing on the ending or anything, but I'm going to throw this up as a Twitch chat poll choice anyway. Alright, so we choose, let's see, I'll put the, I'll do it in order of left to right, top and bottom. So the first one, top left. Bad mood. What do you think? And then punch left or punch right. So I'll put that up as a poll choice for 1 minute. Just to add a little bit of extra immersion with chat in terms of the choices. Okay, so the poll has closed and there were only votes for bad mood with 2 votes. All the rest had 0, so we choose I'm in a bad mood.
I want to know everything about the corpse over there, or I swear you will meet the same end.
If we speak to you, we're dead. If we don't speak to you, we're dead. What? No! Listen, miss, we didn't see what happened, but we heard. Noises and talkings, like. We've been betrayed.
By whom?
Go, look at the body. You'll find out for yourself.
Interesting. Let's go, Dom. Where is this workshop?
I'll go with you. He must be talking about the old boat repair workshop.
Release our friends, you bunch of pickaroos.
Yeah, they've done nothing wrong.
Apart from killing a cop on our turf.
That's hooey.
How do you know they killed him?
Do you want me to settle it with some lead?
Scurvy dog always threatening us.
Quieten these lunkheads down before I shiv the lot of them.
I'll take care of them. A bunch of liquor sponges aren't going to lay down the law round here.
I'll take a look at this workshop. Join me when you're finished.
That's hooey. The words, the vernacular that they use in certain decades. Makes me think of Looney Tunes, the earlier ones that were set in like the 40s and 50s and stuff. I just love the use of certain words back then. Like, listen here, Buster, and all that kind of stuff. Shyster. You shyster. That's hooey.
If someone had told me that one day West's work would kill him.
It's interesting how every character who we do this kind of investigation style with can actually do it. Pierce, it's understandable because he's a detective, and also he's embroiled in this whole story, so his fate has already been written. And it makes sense for Sarah Hawkins to be able to do it because of her connection to the occult and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know how Kat is able to do it, but that's just a little... It's not really even a nitpick, it's just an observation. But I guess they wanted to keep it consistent with investigating.
Someone moved the corpse here. Where did the murder happen? We came from here. Down the stairs. So this is where West was killed. What's that?
That's a big knife.
What the fuck is that? Where did it come from? He wasn't alone. Who were those guys?
They're workers for the greater good. The greater good.
There's only one man who smokes these gaspers. Fitzroy.
You're not supposed to be here, Truth Seeker.
Dom, get out of here.
Go! I'll cover you! Die, you filthy rat!
Damn it!
Chapter 12, Darkwater Police Station. Pierce saw Kat's worrying discoveries through her eyes. While she was searching for the murderer of a cop, she was attacked by some of the island inhabitants. Pierce has yet to find if she did make it. Alright, so I'm going to set up for a new poll right now, because I know that something's coming up. I'll have to pause it when it does come up as a choice to make sure that the poll can actually run for the time that I'm going to run it, because it's one of those situations where the game gives you a few moments to decide what choice you want to make. So I just want to be as prepared as I can be before that point, and then I'll pause it when the action is happening. So it will break a bit of the immersion of the music and what's going on, but it's in accordance with the type of playthrough that I wanted to do. I won't make it active yet, though.
Pierce, wake up.
What happened?
Take that weapon, you'll need it. Sarah Hawkins, she... Ah!
What? Tell me!
My head! You're coming into my head!
Bradley, damn it, pull yourself together!
They got me. I can't resist any longer.
I'll put the vote up now. That way I don't have to pause it because the timer hasn't happened yet. But we will have an option to either kill or spare Bradley, so I'll keep that up. Alright, so the vote for Bradley's fate went to spare him. So when it gets to the option, I'll choose spare him.
Do you remember the cultists we saw under the Hawkins house? I saw them on the docks.
Pierce, you've been in this cell for days.
Listen, I think they are responsible for your affliction.
I was unable to stop her.
What do you mean, unable?
She left with the bookseller. He came back, alone. Told me she couldn't resist the call. The doctors told me later that they saw her going in the direction of the whaling station.
Damn it!
I'm turning, Pierce, into one of those things.
No! Keep fighting it, Bradley.
It's too late. You have to end this. Do it. Kill me.
Spare one, so we spare him.
Enough killing.
Idiot! Ah! Now go, you imbecile.
Sarah Hawkins was going to the whaling station.
Alright, so this part of the game is where they introduce shooting mechanics, which wasn't in the game until we did that previous chapter with Kat. But it's very tricky because sometimes you can aim at the enemy and the icon letting you know that they're going to be killed when you shoot can still be misleading sometimes. And you don't have unlimited ammo. You have a certain amount of ammo given to you to start with. You can actually get some more ammo at a certain point in this chapter, but once you get that extra ammo, There's no other ammo after that. Darkwater Docks. Sarah Hawkins, she got away from Bradley. How? He said that she had gone with Drake. The fools. Did they manage to survive their struggle with the Shambler? Alright, so we have Eloquence, Investigation, and Spot Hidden fully upgraded to 100%. We've only got 5 character points, so I'll put them in towards, well, it doesn't really matter because we're getting close to the end of the game. But I'll go Psychology, just to fill that out. And Sanity, let's have a look at new entries. First dilemma. Leviathan has returned to torture Pierce. This time, the choice has allowed the detective to gain access to shocking revelations on the inhabitants of the island that he believed were his allies. Each piece of knowledge gained destroys Pierce's mind one more bit, a mind already weakened by visual and sound hallucinations that accompany Leviathan's visits. The detective's sanity is greatly undermined by these encounters. He's in danger of sinking into madness for good. The stolen choice. Gaining knowledge always comes at a cost. An unknown entity has come to find Pierce in his cell. The presence, who calls itself Leviathan, offered to grant what it called knowledge to him. When he accepted this gift, his mind was again projected into another body. He followed the actions and the fall of Sarah Hawkins. She, that Leviathan calls the Oracle, gave in to the attraction of occult forces after having defeated the Shambler once and for all. Pierce paid a heavy mental price for this knowledge. Okay, so I think I've covered all the different things that we've unlocked there so far. Sanity, psychotic. There is a secret, a forgotten secret, so old and terrifying, which is only divulged in the blasphemous pages of lost tomes, or whispered during forgotten and outlawed rituals. We are not children of Providence. You know the cruel and awful truth, and you have seen the frightening face of reality. The crime scene. The body of Chief West was found in a warehouse on Cat's territory. By following the trail of blood, she discovered the identity of the killer, a member of the cult that is currently running amok on the island. Impossible, on the other hand, to explain how she uncovered the following information: the presence of Captain Fitzroy, and especially that of Sarah Hawkins. Algernon Drake, who was supposed to have stayed with her in the mansion, appears nowhere in this strange reconstruction.
Who's there?
Stop. Oh, God. What am I doing?
Go!
Who's there?
It looks like an old Seaway map.
And when they found me, they ate my flesh. And my flesh granted them powers and revelations. You are getting closer, Truth Seeker.
The most precious gift of all. The truth. The ultimate truth about life. If I prove able to resurrect life, then it will only be a matter of time before I know how to create it. It will be the end of gods, be they ancient and powerful.
Seeker is not your savior. You will stop using your powers and never again approach the cult. Oracle or not, they will not get you.
You need a truth seeker. Someone with exceptional sensitivity to his dreams. This gift will lead him to this island. As I am the Oracle, I speak for him we cannot name.
Track the truth like the bloodhound you are.
What has she done?
Bloody Captain. I'm not dying in this rat hole. Come on. If I find him...
Fitzroy, Fuller, Hawkins all began with the miraculous catch. Sarah Hawkins, the Oracle, what is her role when everything is done? And me, what am I still doing here? The truth unveiled. The sensors are no longer reliable, neither is logic. In the Harbour Master's office, an old sea map triggered new residual images. Their number, their precision, their nature, everything points towards them being, in reality, visual and sound hallucinations. However, the information that they provided matched the proof found throughout the investigation, beginning with the information on the miraculous catch. If Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller really were on board the Scylla and founded the cult, what age must they really be? So just to give a little bit of an overview, so back when the island of Darkwater was going hungry, they sent out a crew on the ship called the Scylla to go and hunt for whales. But something had been killing the whales in that region, and they eventually found it, and that was the beast Leviathan. They ended up fighting the beast and cutting it up into pieces and brought that back to the island to feed everyone. And that was decades before the events that we're currently experiencing. So Fitzroy is actually the same guy who was on the Scylla all those years ago and not his father. We haven't actually looked at the picture. Earlier in the playthrough, I forgot to look at the picture of the Fitzroy with the peg leg. And the Fitzroy that Pierce meets is actually the same one, but he tries to pass off the picture as a picture of his own father. But in truth, it's actually him. And the meat and everything from the Leviathan led to Dr. Fuller being able to rebuild people's limbs. So that's why he has both his legs instead of just one peg leg and all that kind of stuff. So Fitzroy and Fuller were actually on board the Scylla all those years ago, and to hide their long life, they each pretended to be the son of themselves, which is pretty funny when you think about it. Note from Fitzroy. Fitzroy has destroyed all the ways off the island. Attention everyone, I want all the boats removed from the bay immediately. Sailing boats, small boats, everything that floats. No one can escape us now. Their fates are sealed, as the great Lord will rise from the depths. No one can escape his grasp. Soon, my brothers, we will rejoice, because the long-awaited moment is now upon us. Okay, so that picture isn't here anymore to look at. But yeah, there's a picture of Fitzroy with a peg leg because he had lost his own leg, and he tells Edward that that was basically his father. But in truth, it was actually him all those years ago. But his leg grew back using the Leviathan.
What are you still doing here, Detective?
I need to go to the whaling station.
It's locked. You'll need a key to get there.
Right.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
You were chasing Fitzroy, but now you're here, injured.
How do you know? There were too many. Got us. If I don't get something to stop the bleeding, I'm a goner.
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Hurry up. I won't last long.
Who's there?
Ugh, damn it.
See what I mean? I shot when the fist was above that dude's head, and it missed.
How many died because of this madness?
Shit! Oh, stupid. Is that you, Detective? Can't leave the damn island, huh?
I must go to the whaling station.
I'll help you get there if you bring me something to fix this wound.
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Make it quick. I'm dying.
Alrighty then, we don't actually have the first aid kit, but when we do get it, I've got a poll choice open. Do we save Kat with the kit, or do we save Roy? So who do we save, chat? Kat or Roy?
Hey, you! Come over here! They got the boss. Nasty wound. I wanted to get her the first aid kit in the Hawkins warehouse, but there's one of those poor bastards in it. Too dangerous.
I'll see what I can do.
This first aid kit will be useful. These possessed madmen are wiping out Darkwater, and I count on leaving here alive. Brutus, you voted for Cat because you don't remember Roy. Oh, that's fair enough, Brutus. Yeah. Yeah, Roy is a character that you can meet in the bar at the start of the game and talk to him for a bit. Listen, do you think you saved Cat in your previous playthrough? Don't think you've seen the Roy outcome? Nice, yeah. I've done both because I think this will go towards determining endings. Alright, so we're at a stalemate. We had a vote for Cat and we had a vote for Roy. So this time I'm going to open up the poll again, but channel points will be able to be used this time. There we go, so I'll open it up again and leave it for another 2 minutes as well.
One first aid kit. 2 wounded people. Who deserves it?
Cat is in the harbour master's office, injured. Without a first aid kit, she won't survive. They got Mitchell. Nasty wound. He'll die without a first aid kit. Note from Fitzroy. Okay, so I've already covered that. And that as well.
Hope his boss will have more luck.
Alright, so the poll has decided that Roy, with 3 votes to 0 for Cat, so it's Roy that will save with the medikit.
Shit. They're going to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
That's fair enough, Brutus. That's definitely okay. Yeah, that's no worries at all. The first vote was a tie, so you can definitely change your mind on the second go around for the same vote or poll. All right, so we save Roy.
I'll help you get there if you bring me something to fix this wound.
Here, take it.
Oh, thank you. The entrance to the whaling station is behind
We got Roy Mitchell's key. That's right, it's over this way.
Sorry.
Enough!
Damn it! It's happening.
Chapter 13, Abandoned Whaling Station. Pierce crossed the docks, where old acquaintances and new faces met their ends. All over the place, Leviathan slaves were wandering in search of a victim. After fighting his way through, and after discovering the truth about the origin of the cult and its founders, Pierce finally reached the whaling station. He hopes to catch Sarah Hawkins before she does something bad.
Hither thou shalt be free. Sarah is with those bastards. I gotta find her quick.
Locked.
Whaling Station. Halloween, 1924. Sarah Hawkins, is she here? Some sort of abandoned fish market. I can hear something. What's on the other side? Is calling me.
This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. A rope and a hook. Could use that to hold the reservoir back.
The rope hook has two parts, the rope and the hook. Relatively thick rope to which a metal hook is attached. It must be used to pick up heavy materials. It looks strong enough to take the weight of the tank.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
These are the last entries of the pastor's wife. Her husband ordered his faithful to come together for a final ceremony in the honor of Leviathan. She fears that the pastor will ask them to sacrifice themselves to this abomination. She tried to escape. This is probably why her body was found in a cave under the mansion.
Looks like a page from a log from 1847.
Friday, 4th of June, 1847, 53 north, 53 west. We are starving. The fish seems to have deserted these waters. If I don't quickly find an answer to this crisis, Fitzroy could well set off a mutiny. Each day, more and more men believe in his tales of a miraculous catch. Merciful God, help me. Wednesday, 9th of June, 1847, 57 north, 51 west. We sighted an enormous whale further to the south. The biggest we've ever seen. Fitzroy keeps telling the men that this is the miraculous catch he promised them. We will catch it and bring it back home to feed our families. This key opens the offices of the whaling station.
Fuller was a crew member too. Interesting.
Wednesday, 23rd of June, 1847, 33 north, 53 west. The morning is biting cold. This creature made us work hard. Half of my crew is dead. I've never seen such a thing. I do not even know how to describe what happened. It's as if the creature was talking inside our heads. Some of my men went crazy and jumped overboard. This thing is not a whale. It's far bigger. I don't even know how to describe it. It practically gutted our ship with these tentacles. I don't know how. My harpoon finally pierced the skull of this monster. The crew is in a sorry state. Fuller looks after the injured, but some will not recover.
I'll be lucky if it's still sharp enough.
This knife is rusty, but it still looks usable.
Doesn't work. It mentions the Leviathan, how it drove the sailors mad.
Friday, the 27th of June, 1847, 37 north, 63 west. The whole crew has descended into madness. They speak of dreams, visions of a nightmarish city, and of a sleeping god. Madness. I locked myself in my cabin. I won't be able to hold out for long. Fitzroy has 12 men on his side. They sacrificed everyone who tried to stop them to their new god. I beseech you, Almighty God, to have pity on our souls. This will be my last prayer. I can hear them whispering.
This should stop the cart from moving. This should help me get the tank swinging. This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. I need something to cut the rope to release the tank against the door.
Knock, knock.
What is that thing? What is that thing?
Come closer.
No. That voice. You're the Leviathan. Sarah?
Just want to give a heads up to people who might be watching with headphones. Soon, there's going to be some very loud knocking that comes through in the game itself. A character will be banging against a door. And the way that they've done the sound for it for this game, they've actually increased the volume of it, so it might come across very loud. So just a heads up, people with headphones might want to turn their volume down just a little bit in anticipation for that banging on the door. I will try to get to it as soon as I can, as soon as it starts up.
Hello. Who is this?
The quest for truth requires sacrifice. There's no room for compassion.
Who's there?
Your stubbornness at wanting to help others who would have deserted you is a weakness. Fate leads us inevitably to solitude, and in one's final moments, one is always alone. You can't escape it forever. It will always find its way.
Damn it! Everything points back to the day they brought in that thing.
A forgotten photograph in the offices of the whaling station. Only a handful of the Scylla crew is present. Captain Fitzroy and Dr. Fuller are included. It is dated 1847. Just to give perspective, this was 1847 when that photograph was taken. Currently in the story, the year is, I think it was 1924. So quite a lot of years between. And the Fitzroy and Fuller that we see there is actually the same that we see in 1924. Yeah, it is 1924 the game takes place in at the moment.
While the sailors were going insane, Fitzroy and the mutineers took over the ship and probably killed the captain.
Thursday, 25th of June, 1847, 35 north, 59 west. Fitzroy encouraged the men all day. They are in shock and can't overcome their trauma. They say they can hear the screams of their comrades turn mad. Some of them hurt themselves in a desperate attempt to stop the visions that haunted them. Others chose to embrace them. Fitzroy is one of the latter. He named the beast Leviathan because he believes in his biblical nature. I told them to get rid of it before it's too late. This thing is not the work of God. Hey, Stryker, welcome on in. Clearly a fake photograph. Exactly, Stryker. They went into the future and got some AI technology, and then they went back and they made it do a recreation of that photo and make it look real. And people back then in 1924 didn't know the difference, and so they were able to cover it up.
An old log.
Monday, 24th of May, 1847, 42 north, 70 west. We have sailed from the island of Darkwater towards the north. Sailors say that these waters are haunted. I don't believe in these tales. It's not a good time for us. My men haven't seen the slightest trace of a whale for quite a while. If this season doesn't improve, they will no longer wish to serve on the Sela. Sunday, 30th of May, 1847, 47 north, 55 west. We are not the only hunters here. While we were looking for a prey, we found dead whales, a dozen of them drifting, their entrails exposed. They had been shred, as if they had been attacked by a huge predator. It's very strange. Perhaps it is a sign from God. Perhaps it is this good catch that we have long hoped for. We must find it, whatever the risk.
Belonging to the captain of the Scylla. The pages I found seem to be the missing ones.
Now this is pretty hard to read, and if they do a remaster of this game in the future, I hope they make this very clear to read. It details certain things about what they had actually done during the fight, and also the powers and stuff. Even with the light, it can be hard. You've got to sort of like move around. Consuming the flesh gives a certain form of immortality, or at least increases lifespan. It does not bring back youth, however. The flesh is also responsible for the regeneration of the body and can heal almost any kind of injuries, even lost limbs. Fitzroy's grew back in less than a week. Surprisingly, he still limps like an amputee. Psychological? Something. Abusive use of the regeneration properties might make the body change, become more similar to the creators and less human. So there is text that you can read and talks about that kind of stuff. But if you look at Charles Hawkins and his mutations, he got burned very severely in that fight with his wife, and so he would have gone to Dr. Fuller and had Dr. Fuller experiment on him, and was in the process of healing him, which is why he was all tentacled and everything like that, and looked pretty messed up. But yeah, the properties of the Leviathan can actually heal. It can't make you young again or preserve your youth, but it can actually improve your health and also grow back lost limbs and stuff. Beliefs and other superstitions have sometimes contributed to the development of medicine. Several centuries ago, it was thought that a patient with a mental disorder had a stone of madness in his skull. A trepanation of the skull and excision were thus performed. Sometimes the patient survived, sometimes he was cured. Today the vocabulary has changed, but the methods a little less. Leviathan, how long have they been keeping him here? I recognize his presence. It was him, the voice, the dilemmas. What does he want of me? Where is Sarah Hawkins? Where is Charles Lee? Gabon? Leviathan. The true appearance of Leviathan was revealed, and no man can support this vision without going mad. Pierce set his eyes upon this cosmic being, and his mind suffered a new attack. He is trapped in the whaling station with Leviathan, and he must endure a series of ordeals if he is to survive this encounter. His choices will bear serious consequences for his sanity. Leviathan, stellar lava, offspring of the earth. Leviathan is seen, feared, worshipped, and named by men. It is linked by its dreams to the one who sleeps, and will not find rest until its divine progenitor is free. There is no greater predator on earth, and yet, this being that feeds on huge creatures will never directly attack men. It will instill fear, the dreams of Relia, and finally, madness into the minds of those it chooses to serve its designs. Cursed are those who cross its path, and more cursed still, those who hear its voice, because, for them, no salvation in death. Extract taken from the Necronomicon by Abdul al-Hazred. Striker, it's like you said, this Cthulhu guy gets all the hate, yet he out here curing disease and healing the infirmed. Exactly, Striker, he's actually a positive influence on the world. He's not a bad influence, he's helping people. Listen to Where is Sigurd? He's with the three-headed monkey and being attended to by Gavin, and Charles Lee is there as well, and Carmen Sandiego is also there too. Oh, and Waldo, don't forget him. He's also there somewhere. Can you see him? Brutus, where is Charles Lee? He throws me off every damn time. Where is Charles Lee? But this is an Assassin's Creed 3, Rod. Why are you saying that for? Give me Lee. Now. Give me Lee. Give me Lee.
Learn to obey.
Alright, so just to give a heads up. In this part of the game, there's choices that you have to make. And whichever choice you make, the game will still make the character do the action, even if you chose to not do the action, but the game still respects the choice that you made. So for example, if you had a choice of open the door or close the door, and you chose to close the door, the character would still open the door. But your choice of closing the door would still actually be counted by the game. So when I put up a poll for these next choices, even though you'll see the character do the opposite of what it might have actually been voted for, the game will still count that decision to not do something.
Ah, finally awake. How do you feel, Mr. Pierce?
Fuller! Son of a bitch! I'll kill you!
No, I'm not even really with you. Well, to be perfectly precise, I am with you. But not in this cell.
What have you done to me?
Me? Nothing, really. See, it's one of the exquisite effects of this incredible creature.
Leviathan!
I see you already know about it. Well, shall we begin?
Striker lies. It's like Telltale. Your choices don't matter. I know you're being funny. But yeah, in this game, these choices that we're going to choose in these next parts, when you're voting, keep in mind that you're voting for what you want the choice to be to determine or help determine potentially what ending we get. So if you vote for a certain choice and you see the character doing the opposite, don't feel like you voted wrong in terms of like, you know, choosing to vote for the opposite to what the game actually shows the character doing. It's more about what choice do you make as the player, and that will go towards what ending you can potentially get as well.
That really is a real no, is it? I live in Notting Hill. You live in Beverly Hills. Everyone in the world knows who you are. My mother has trouble remembering my name. Fine, fine. Good decision. Good decision. The fame thing isn't really real, you know. And don't forget I'm also just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her.
So what movie is that from, Dredd? Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression. Okay, so the poll will be for this. Choose take treatment, don't take treatment. I'll leave 2 minutes on that. Now remember, if you vote for don't take the treatment, the game will still have Pierce take the treatment, but your decision to not take the treatment still matters because it's what decides potentially what ending you'll get, not what the character actually does. Dredd, you can't stop laughing. Notting Hill and Hugh Grant and Julia Roberts. I had a feeling it might be, but because I know that Notting Hill is also a real place, I thought maybe it might be in a different movie. But yeah, thank you for redeeming that. I've never actually watched Notting Hill. I remember seeing the trailer for it when it came out, though, but never saw the movie. Alright, so the poll's almost finished. The timer's almost run out. Alright, so the winning vote is take the treatment. Alright, so new poll coming up. I won't put as long on this one. I'll put a minute on this one. Alright, so poll is open. Do we choose eat or don't eat? Listen, they're gross. That's what it is. It really is. Although, maybe it tastes like chicken. But maybe the Leviathan can change what it tastes like for the individual. Imagine. Why are you eating that for? What? What? This apple's delicious. It's not an apple. You're eating a rat. What the hell? No, I'm not. I'm eating an apple. Casper looks delicious. I can imagine, like, if someone was a fan of H.P. Lovecraft's work, if they had a birthday, it'd be a funny idea to have, like, something like this as a cake. Lucinda, a rat? That is despicable. Jonathan Reed in Vampire might agree with you there. Okay, so the poll result was don't eat with 2 votes and eat with 1 vote. Now, as I said before, you will still see the character eat, but the choice of don't eat still actually counts if you make that choice.
Let me take a sample from you. Flesh, blood, spinal fluids. Don't fear. I created the mythological ichor from Leviathan's flesh. Who knows what I can make with you? I need your body for my research.
Alright, so another poll coming up. Between take the gun or don't take the gun. Striker, you'd eat the food from Resident Evil 7 before eating this? Yeah, I don't know actually what I would choose. Because yeah, maybe Leviathan actually tastes good. I'd taste a little bit first, like a little piece. Give it a bit of a test. And if it tasted good, I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah. Speaking of Resident Evil 7, Monday and Tuesday next week, I'll be doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 7. And then on Wednesday, the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 come out. So that'll be what I'll be doing after the Tomb Raider games, well, the remasters come out. But yeah, after today's stream, Saturday and Sunday will be Red Dead Redemption 2. And then on Monday and Tuesday, it'll be Resident Evil 7. And then on Wednesday, it'll be the Tomb Raider remasters. Yeah, Lucinda, I haven't played it for a long time, and seeing you play it recently made me want to play it again, so I thought I'd slot it in there. So Take the Gun was the one that won the poll.
Fuller, I killed him.
A necessary sacrifice that proves your determination.
Lucinda, Schiller said he's going to be playing Madhouse soon as well. Glad you can inspire you all to play Resident Evil games. Yeah, it's a cool feeling. Yeah, because I'm like, oh, I haven't played this for a very long time. And it's going to be good too, because I wanted to do more Resident Evil games this year, and more than just what I've done in the last couple of years. Because really, in the last couple of years, I've just done the remakes and the original versions of the first 4. I haven't actually done any of the other games outside of that for a while since Village. Because when that came out, I did a playthrough of it. Maybe not when it came out literally, but I think a few weeks or something after it came out.
Find the truth and be free.
chiller and Madhouse is one of them, and you won't say no to infinite ammo in future playthroughs. Yeah, having that would definitely be a boon. Having unlimited ammo. Hey, Spectrum. How's things going?
Pierce. Fitzroy. Time to hoist the white flag. We're not gonna hurt you. I won't go without a fight. You think you're here of your own accord?
Stay back, or I'll put a bullet in your head.
Our supreme oracle has spoken. You will follow your destiny.
What?
It is awakened.
I see. You cannot escape my awareness. I followed your wanderings, your choices, your attempts to free yourself from destiny. But it is unavoidable. And as I predicted, you have come to free me. Awaken and call him.
Spectrum is all back. Oh, that really sucks, Spectrum. I really hope that it's not going to be something that's long term. Hope you can get some relief for that as well. As for me, I'm doing good. Having a good Friday, which is now... It's not Friday anymore here. 16 minutes ago it became Saturday. But yeah, things are going good. Chapter 14, Coastal Cave. Pierce finally met Leviathan in flesh and blood. The monstrous creature submitted him to a series of ordeals, at the end of which he decided that the detective was ready to face his destiny. Pierce blew up the whaling station and, after a final confrontation with Leviathan, he passed out.
The voice. I can't hear the voice anymore.
You are trapped. Keep going.
My God.
This way. Stand up. Walk.
Is somebody there? Hey, who are you? Where am I? The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found. To our fallen crew members, they have given their lives for a greater purpose. The last name added is that of Charles Hawkins. I'm willing to bet that they killed all the survivors of the miraculous catch.
Yep, they killed all the survivors, so that only a few would be able to keep the secret. Keep the secret of the fact that the Leviathan meat is what allows people to essentially become immortal. Not fully though, because you can still kill them, but
it always comes back to the Scylla. It was where it all began.
It will soon be time, Pierce.
You are dead. None of this is real. I saw you dead, as I see you now. Am I crazy too?
You survived. Don't you understand? You couldn't die. You will stay alive until you've fulfilled your destiny.
No!
Look at me. Look at me, Pierce. Dare tell me that you still don't believe it.
listen, that's what Edward looks like there. Yeah, the yell from Jack Burton in Big Trouble in Little China. Yeah, that's a good one. Good call. Spectrum, they can be killed but won't die of old age. That's right, Spectrum, yeah. That actually reminds me, earlier I said that it won't prevent you from... I think earlier I said it won't prevent you from aging. Although it might too, actually, now that I think about it. It might prevent you from aging. But Fuller and Fitzroy weren't, like in their 20s when they found the miraculous catch. So they were able to make people think that they were the sons of, their father, when in fact they were the one person in the same. Because we have this language, the Aurelian language, as an option, I'm going to put this up for a vote. So choose other language, yes or no. And that poll is now open for 1 minute. But yeah, I guess whatever age they were when they ate the Leviathan or pieces of it, they would stay that age forever. Okay, so the vote is almost closed. The poll is almost closed, I should say. Okay, so the winning vote with 3 votes to 0 was yes. So we'll choose the Aurelian language to respond with.
Cthulhu Ilya.
When I was 8, my little brother fell from the apple tree. He was bleeding. I took care of him. That very day, I decided to become a doctor. I never reneged on my oath. That's what led me to Darkwater. The people here needed me. I died trying to save one of them. Help me give them a second chance. Embrace the power of this sleeping god.
You're out of your mind.
It's not just your life that is at stake. Many men and women have sacrificed themselves for this moment.
Colden!
You will not deprive them of their hope of a better life.
I saw what Leviathan did to Fuller. We will all die like him.
His life was written well before it started. It was not predetermined that he lived to see the call. But you? Yes. It is your destiny.
Alright, so another poll, the same question. Choose other language. Yes or no? Alright, so the poll is now closed for this one, and the winning result was yes. Choose the other language.
This painting. The investigation. I understand now. Like you, I was called here by a higher power.
Yes. All your choices had the sole purpose of preparing you for the final decision.
I must make a choice.
Not just make a choice. The right choice.
Not yet, but soon. We have one more thing to accomplish.
What is it?
I must take you to Sarah Hawkins, our oracle.
Alright, so put the vote up again. And this one's open. Alright, that poll is closed, and the result was yes.
Sarah, I feel her calling me. Let us not wait any longer.
Not yet. You have one last thing to accomplish.
No, please. I can't do it.
Do you understand what it is?
She has already fulfilled her mission. Worry about your own.
No. No.
No one can fight their fate. Neither them, nor you.
Shut up! Silence! Stop! Go away! Stop!
Don't resist, Edward. They're already dead. There's nothing you can do. Just give in.
What happened to me? Sarah. I must go to Sarah. She is the Oracle. She will know what to do.
Chapter 14, Alabaster Point. After a final confrontation, Pierce must go to Alabaster Point, where Sarah Hawkins is supposed to be waiting for him, There he must make decisions that could change the destiny of the world.
Reality as you know it stops here.
None of this makes sense.
Go! She is waiting.
What have they done to me?
Come on.
Oh!
Ah, Mr. Pierce. I was expecting you.
Fuller, you died in front of my eyes.
Don't jump to conclusions. Is there not the tiniest spark of a scientific mind inside of that detective skull of yours?
What abject substance did you use to turn her into an empty shell?
Abject substance. The serum extracted from Leviathan's oil bestows the power of life. To me, my body is nothing but the mortal vessel of my conscience. To you, it contains more answers and secrets than your insignificant mind can grasp.
Stand up, and yet here you are. You never give up.
That is not you. Not anymore. Not since your disappearance on the docks.
Ah, detective. So easy to fool you. So eager to rush to the rescue of a woman in distress.
You won't make me regret having tried to save people. I did what I could. Even for Colden.
Your efforts to change your destiny, although in vain, make you worthy of the fate that is yours. The day has come. You will be asked to choose.
You took everything from me. Wife, life, destiny. You forsook your right to a normal life the moment you chose power over humanity. No one wants to see such an unbearable sight.
You don't have the slightest idea of what you speak, of what I've been through. I have sacrificed my life to the one who sleeps. My marriage, my family, my own flesh. Why didn't Sarah choose me? Why is it your damn face on her painting?
But you already know it. I can see that you will make the right choice.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your fear of the unknown and your stupid pride cloud your judgment. Quit lying to yourself and embrace your destiny. It's not cowering that brought you those medals. None of this is real. Trust your guts.
If nothing's real, what are you?
I am a projection of your mind. What remains of that instinct that pulled you out of the trenches. Don't listen to them. They're too dangerous for your tired mind. It's right there.
I'm almost there.
Here you are at last, Truth Seeker.
She was waiting for you.
You were waiting for me.
Yes. When I finally discovered the truth, I knew you would come.
All this time I was fighting it, afraid of what I might discover. But I was afraid of myself.
It's coming.
What did you learn?
Listen to me, Edward Pierce, as I will deliver the truth.
All right, so going to put up a poll whether or not we choose the top option, which is the Aurelian language, or not. Just going to refer to it as other language for the poll. And 1 minute on that. All right, so there was no votes, which means I don't choose that language. If there was a tie, then I would make it not choose the language. Because no one voted at all, I'm going to choose not the language. So we're going to choose Are You Crazy? Because I can't choose this middle one because I don't have enough occultism.
Look around you. Everything is falling apart. You must stop this madness.
I can't make that choice. This will be your decision. One man only, prepared by the trials and revelations, holds the power to change the world. Because I saw you in the dreams I share with my God. I recognize you for what you are, a truth seeker. One of the rare humans who is able to perceive fragments of his mind.
Yes, yes!
I feel the truth in your words.
Because it was written. Or, as I like to see it, painted on the canvas of fate.
Pierce, help me!
Alright, so the only choices that we've unlocked for the ending is perform the counter ritual, or perform the ritual. Here are the 4 different endings. The default ending is always available regardless of the choices made by the player during the game. There's another ending where you can sacrifice yourself. To unlock this ending, you need to not drink any alcohol, which we had already drunk alcohol at the start of the playthrough. That was voted on to drink. Read all unholy books. Tell Bradley the truth about what happened to Marie Colden. That was chosen. But because we drank alcohol, that blocked us off from that choose an answer in Relian language 9 times. We didn't actually choose that language in every single time we had it available. Accept Drake's offer for help. We actually accepted it. Save Drake during the final clash with the Shambler. We saved him. Embrace the Leviathan's knowledge. We chose not to. Drink the medicine during Chapter 3. It was chosen to drink it. Do not eat the Leviathan's body and do not pick up weapons during Chapter 13. So we'd already eaten... We chose not to eat from the Leviathan's body, but we picked up weapons during Chapter 13. Give Kat a first aid kit and then examine the body of the deceased Mitchell. It was actually voted to give the first aid kit to Mitchell and not Kat. And you need to kill Bradley in Chapter 12, but it was voted on to let him live. So if you want to get the suicide ending, you need to not drink alcohol, read all unholy books, tell Bradley the truth about what happened to Marie, choose an answer in Relian language 9 times, accept Drake's help offer, save Drake during the final clash with the Shambler, embrace the Leviathan's knowledge, drink the medicine during Chapter 13, do not eat the Leviathan's body and do not pick up any weapons during Chapter 13, give Kat a first aid kit and then examine the body of the deceased Mitchell and kill Bradley in Chapter 12. There's another character suicide that you can unlock. You need to drink alcohol, which we did, but we didn't read all the unholy books. And we actually answered in Rylian, whereas one of the things you need to do for the suicide of another character is to never answer in that language. Accept Drake's help offer, save Drake during the final clash with the Shambler, do not embrace Leviathan's knowledge, do not drink medicine, do not eat the Leviathan's body, and do not raise the weapon during Chapter 13, and save Bradley during Chapter 12. So we did some of that, but we didn't actually get all of the requirements to unlock the option for the suicide of another character. And then the other ending is conduct the counter ritual. And so we have 2 options now that I'm going to leave for chat to decide. So the choice will be to keep it simple. I'll put the top option as the first one. So counter ritual or ritual. And I'll put 2 minutes on this one to give it a bit more time. So this is going to determine the actual ending that we get based on what we've unlocked. Hey there, Grail. Welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thank you. Things are going well. We're just about to finish this playthrough, up to the literal final part. It's one of those games where the game doesn't automatically choose what ending you get based on your choices. It gives you a choice based on what you've done to make certain endings become available to choose. It's kind of like Deus Ex Human Revolution in that way. So yeah, we only have 2 options for this playthrough. Perform the counter ritual or perform the ritual. There'll also be an after credits sequence as well, so I'll skip the credits when we get to that point, and then the after credits sequence will happen depending on which ending gets chosen. Yeah, Grail, but it's going well. And then on Monday I'll be doing Resident Evil 7. It'll probably take me 2 streams, I think, to do that, because I don't play it very often, and when I do play it, I always struggle in the early game because the resources and all that kind of stuff mess me up in terms of, like, you know, not having enough stuff and all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to put a game in between Red Dead Redemption 2 on the weekend and starting the Tomb Raider 1, 2 and 3 remasters on Wednesday when they come out. Oh, thanks, Grail. Thank you so much. I hope things are going well with you as well. Alrighty then, so the winning choice was counter ritual. So we're going to be seeing the ending of what happens when you perform the counter ritual. there is an after credit sequence. I'll skip the credits in a moment. Grail, yep, just doing silly builds on No Man's Sky lol. Oh, nice. So is that something that is with the base game, or is that something that you can do when you add a mod to it? Oh yeah, Spectrum. Haven't heard of that game until now. Yeah, I've heard about No Man's Sky. Never played it myself though. Oh yeah, Growl. So it's a base game you play on the PS5. Oh, that's cool that it lets you actually do builds. Although I guess now that I think about it, it would make sense that even on a base game you'd still be able to do it because it's more like your choice to decide what sort of things you put towards the game.
We doubled the dosage, as you asked us to, Doctor.
Good, thank you.
And there we go. That is the after credit sequence to show you what happens if you choose conduct the counter ritual. So the reason that was an option is because to unlock it, you have to make sure that Drake survives the final meeting with the Shambler because he is needed later. So making sure that he survives the final meeting with the Shambler will give you the option to choose conduct the counter ritual. So there's 4 endings, and the ending that was chosen was the 4th one. The default ending is pretty much you call Cthulhu and he appears. And then the 2nd and 3rd endings are specifically based on a certain amount of choices. For those who might want to actually look up the same guide that I've taken that information from, I'll just provide a link to it. So there's a link to the endings guide that will give you a list of what you need to do to make sure that you get whatever ending you'd like to actually get as well. I've already gotten all the different endings in different playthroughs. So for this playthrough, I wanted to do something different and leave it up to chat. So I just want to thank everyone who voted. And if you didn't vote, that's definitely fine too. I don't want people to feel like I'm only, happy about the people voting and not the people who didn't. But thank you so much for indulging this kind of playthrough to actually do voting and stuff like that. I will play this game again in the future, whether it's in October this year or another time, I'm not sure. But I'm going to try and think of a challenge playthrough to actually do. Restrict something or only focus on one thing, something like that. We'll see how we go. But it's one of those games, though, that's very tricky to think of a challenge that would definitely be an actual challenge, if you know what I mean. I mean, aside from if I die, I have to restart the whole game from the start, but I don't think I'd want to actually do that with this game. Although you never know in the future, maybe, but who knows. Thank you so very much for the GGs, Lucinda and Grail. Thank you so much for the hype. Spectrum as well. Thank you, thank you. Spectrum, No Man's Sky is available on PC too, but it's $60 right now, USD. Well, that's fair if you want to sort of wait for it to go a bit lower. Casper, still early. You can start Resident Evil 7 today, so you can watch a bit. Nah, Casper. I'm wanting to make sure that I'm giving myself enough time to fit in Resident Evil 7 on Monday and Tuesday. Because I don't want to finish Resident Evil 7 on Monday and be like, right, now I have to think of a game on Tuesday. But in the event that I do finish Resident Evil 7 in one stream, what I think I'll do is do a second run through, but doing something different, just to fill in the time. That's no worries at all, Lucinda, for the stream. Thank you for the hype as well. Lucinda, if you're ending, that is. I am, Lucinda, yeah. I definitely will be ending. That's for sure. Grail, thanks for the amazing stream. Glad I was able to catch you. No worries, Grail, for this stream. Thank you for being here. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. And thank you, Sheila, as well. That's no worries at all for the stream. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Red Dead Redemption 2. So if you see me streaming that, then you know it's the weekend for me. I'm going to have to update the schedule, but I'll still put up what the schedule is. So Monday to Friday, I finished Vampire on Thursday and started this on Thursday as well. So I'm finishing this, so on Monday it'll actually be Resident Evil 7, and Tuesday as well. On Wednesday, however, the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 will release. And so when they release, I'll be playing through all of them back to back, and the days that they will be on will be Monday through to Friday. But given the timing of when they come out, it'll be a Wednesday when I start actually doing the playthrough of those games, because that's when they come out, the remasters. So that's the schedule coming up. Brutus, great stream. See you next time. Thank you for enjoying it. Brutus, I'm glad that you did. Definitely see you next time. Let's give some shout outs. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Crocodiles, who's doing games like Forza Horizon 5. I was going to say 4. 5. Forza Horizon 5. He's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed, and he's playing through the series doing a challenge where he can't look at the map unless he's banked up some looks at it by not looking at it. So essentially, every in-game hour that passes and he hasn't looked at the map, if he had some looks available, he can actually bank those until later. He's also going without a HUD for the playthroughs, and he's also not having fast travel as something that can be done. He's also doing a playthrough of Witcher 3 on the hardest difficulty without the HUD as well. And in terms of Geralt and the choices that he makes, he's choosing to play Geralt as a greedy character. So anything that he can do to get the most money out of people, he'll be doing. Lucinda is playing through Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We'll also be playing through Mirage. That's her primary game currently. So this week it's Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Her secondary game, which is next week, is the Dishonored series, playing through that, currently on Dishonored 1, and alternating week to week between the primary and secondary game. Is also a fan of the Resident Evil series, as well as horror series like The Evil Within, and also franchises like Dying Light, as well as The Last of Us. Highly recommend checking out Shillerlock as well. He's doing his second playthrough of Skyrim, this time focused on getting all the achievements that the game has to offer. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well, and he does challenge runs with those games. He's also a fan of the Dark Pictures horror series by Supermassive Games. So if you're a fan of horror and looking for a streamer who also streams horror, definitely recommend checking out Sheila, as well as Lucinda, of course. She does a lot of horror stuff too. Also highly recommend checking out Mr. Gote. He plays games like Mortal Kombat 11, Hunt Showdown, Ghost Recon, Dead Space, also the other Supermassive games, Until Dawn, as well as the Dark Pictures series, and also the Quarry and the Outlast games. Also highly recommend checking out Lattice. He plays a lot of retro stuff, He's a big fan of the Mortal Kombat series, as well as Street Fighter, Tekken, and Streets of Rage. And he's also a Resident Evil fan too, as well. He's another great streamer to recommend. Also highly recommend checking out Grail. Grail has been doing some Outriders. He's also a fan of No Man's Sky as well, so streams that from time to time too. Also highly recommend checking out Shin the Ninja Penguin. He's last been seen playing Sword Art Online, Alicization, Licorice. He's also a fan of other JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. So yeah, highly recommend checking out all those streamers if you haven't before. Grail Anom. Shenanigans. I love that word. Shenanigans. Grail, that is absolutely no trouble at all for the shout out. No worries at all. Lucinda, absolutely no trouble for the shout out. Always more than happy. And same to you as well, Schiller. No worries at all for the shout out. No worries, Grail. Definitely no worries at all. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Red Dead Redemption 2, continuing my annual playthrough of that series. And I also want to play through Red Dead Redemption 1, which I'll be doing afterwards. And I don't know when that will fit in though. I might end up making that the weekend game to replace Red Dead 2 temporarily until I get that Red Dead 1 annual playthrough done. But we'll see how we go. Thanks everyone for watching, and we're going to go and raid out to Queen of Skeletons. I haven't raided to her for a while. She's actually doing a playthrough, speaking of Dishonored, she's actually doing a playthrough of Dishonored 2. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Queen of Skeletons also streams a lot of horror games as well. There's a raid message with some free follower emotes included. And there's a raid message with some subscriber-only emotes. Let's kick off the raid. Lucinda, yeah, she played through Dishonored 1, now she's doing 2. Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't get around to checking out her Dishonored 1 playthrough, so I don't know if it's her first time playing or what, but that's cool that she's playing the second one. I'm looking forward to playing through those games myself as well. And they've been a long time coming because I've wanted to play them for a while. Indeed, Grail. Woot woot. Yeah, Queen of Skeletons, she's a great streamer. Does a lot of horror stuff. And also manages to find ways to break games. If there's ever a glitch that's going to break or crash a game, Queen of Skeletons is able to find it and make it happen. So yeah, which is quite funny because in real life, there's some things in the past where someone is like, oh, you know, that's all right. You can turn that. That's all right. It's sturdy, and I've turned it and it's broken. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Thank you so much, Spectrum. I definitely will. Thank you so much, and I hope that your back feels better soon as well, Spectrum. Thanks everyone for watching. Catch you in the next stream. Have a good one.